Folks, we're live, finally. This is ModCon Day 1. We have plenty of great stuff for you. I'm so thankful for all of you for being here. And I'm incredibly happy with the lineup that we have. I'm incredibly happy with the density of content that we have. And today we start out with everything that you can see to my right. I hope you can check the schedule right there. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff coming. And I couldn't be more excited. This whole idea started during PDXCon. I talked to some modders and I said, if we're gonna do this, then we're gonna do it right. We're gonna have it in the best way that we can achieve, and today we are here. Today it is happening. Now make no mistake, it's also happening tomorrow and the day after. There are so many mods in this lineup. There is so much going on. It is utterly incredible. And I want you to be aware of it. So why don't we just take a hot minute and check out the website that you surely know have visited at this point. This amazing website. We are live! It has happened. You have the entire schedule here. You have everything that you need to know in regards to ModCon. This is, of course, today's events. We're going to go over that in a second. We got more main events tomorrow and more events surrounding that. And, of course, more main events there. Yes, the truth is that this is easily the most that I have ever done for this channel. And I hope that we can bring an even bigger spotlight to the modding community, because they certainly deserve it. So, you know what? Why don't we use that opportunity? And by use that, I mean, why don't we check out the charity? Because we do have one. We have a charity for the stream. Nobody here makes a cent. I don't make a cent. The modders don't make a cent. We're all here because we love what this is all about. You know, that is essentially why we're here, why we're doing it. And we want to donate to Autismus Mittelfranken, which is a regional Bavarian association that helps, you know, they do policy advising, they just do spaces generally where autistic people can have their time, or where autistic people and, you know, people that are their friends, their family, can get to know one another in a better circumstance than maybe is possible without professional assistance. Now, this is a great project, they're doing great work, and I want to say thank you. Oh my god, I want to say thank you to all of this. Already, you know, the goal is 1,000 euro, and already we have 109 euro. Thank you to Baxo, Cheetah, FRL, Bartolome, to Beteka, to William, and to Golga. I appreciate it, and I am sure that you will appreciate it once we go and basically, you know, have me in this suit hand over a gigantic check to the community. If you want to donate, then go check out the website. The link is pinned in the chat. I hereby, and I want to say that right now, I hereby pledge I will be donating 500 bucks of my own. I like the cause. I'm very thankful. You know, we looked into this for such a long time, and I'm very excited to assist the Autismus Mittelfranken organization. So that is definitely something. Now, the other thing on this website that I am excited about is this link up. All of the... Oh, actually, there's one mod missing that I can name right now. Actually, there's two mods technically missing that are participating in this convention but aren't on here yet. The first one, let me just say it. The first one is Warhammer Geheimnisnacht. It will be in the main announcement show in, well, one of them, you know. But it's not here yet. It's going to be added as soon as possible. And then there's also a mod. Let's just take a look at this. What's this? Oh, what's going on here? Well, that is something that we will learn during one of the 3 main announcement shows. Let's just go back. I need to configure that. There you go. During the main announcement show. So make sure to check them all out. There's going to be so much content. Seriously, I mean it when I say there will be so much content. Now today, we got a lot of very interesting content as well. We got the history of the Kingdom of Heaven. That is a bit of an introduction to the mod Kingdom of Heaven. Now, I will already tell you that they are not in today's main event, but they will be in tomorrow's, and you will want to see that. In this event today, they will tell you about the story, about the timeline that their mod is in, because of course it's a new start date. There are so many new things added in that mod. There's a lot to talk about. Then Map Makers comes on, where the map makers behind Anbenar, which is coming for CK3 by the way, behind Anbenar and behind Lord of the Rings, they go through a subset of different maps that, you know, are already in existence. And then they're going to have Matt from Lord of the Rings teach you a bit about the integrated CK3 map modding tool. So if you're interested in that, then that is definitely your panel. Then we got the Mad Majapahit ModJam. That is a crazy thing where a bunch of modders from different teams got together and said, you know what, we want to sit down and we want to make it so that we make a mod that we literally are just coding, just creating 3D assets and so on in the period of ModCon. It's going to be a mod afterwards. It will be released and you will be able to play it. Now, I want to say thank you right now on that note, because the modders behind Rajas of Indochina, you may know about them. They have given us basically, you know, this framework that we can work with, because Majapahit ModJam is, of course, set on Java, and it would be a shame if that wouldn't be compatible to the Rajas of Indochina mod. Then we have the main event, what we know so far, and I gotta tell you, as the person that made that trailer, the Elder Kings 2 trailer is pretty dope. There's a lot of content, actually, for Elder Kings 2 in today's main event, like a lot of content, but there will be other mods that I know many of you are anticipating, announcing things, and there will be other mods that you haven't had on the radar at all, but I gotta tell you, it will be insane what they have to offer. There's a lot of good stuff in there, and that will continue, of course, on day 2 and on day 3, so the main events will be on all of those, but the rest of the events, you know, there's so much going on, and I just want to say thank you as we're here to the people behind the mods, because they are what makes all of this possible. They are the heart blood of CK3, so I'm very happy that we got this going, that we got this event going. Let's fingers crossed that it goes well, right? But there is a lot going on there. And then the last panel for today after the main event is Design Philosophy. Now, Design Philosophy is very interesting. The heads of many of the most important mods. Oh, you know, I don't want to... No, I'm just being rude for no reason. But, for example, a Game of Thrones is also represented. They will show and talk about what they see as their vision, how they approach modding, and so on and so forth. All of that is in there. All of that is in there, and more. Again, when it comes to the main events in particular, believe me when I say there's a lot of really good stuff in there, and you have no idea. So far, what I can tell you, what I can guarantee, is that today Elder Kings 2, tomorrow After the End, and then on the last day, God made the United States of America, I guess. Now, since my internet broke down and we couldn't do it yesterday, the last day is on Freedom Day. But the last day has a Game of Thrones. So make sure to be there, because otherwise you will not just be square, you will miss basically the world. I think that is something that everybody knows at this point. So, yeah, just so you know, that is all in it. I want to say hello, of course, to everybody that is in chat. There are plenty of people there. I really appreciate all of you coming by. Of course, there's a lot going on there. Oh my god. You know, I never do this. I want to say thank you to Thane, to Marcus, to Simon, to Delta Cortis, to Vala, to somebody. We are already at €240 for Autismus Mittelfranken. I truly, truly appreciate it. You all are absolutely amazing. No, I never do this, so let's keep it together here. But yeah, I hope that you're excited for everything that is to come. We're going to be talking about a lot of things in ModCon. Again, the very first one is the history of the Kingdom of Heaven. I have to tell you, I'm happy that we're here now. And I'm even more happy that I can have this moment with all of you. Now, it does read 6:15 for the history of the Kingdom of Heaven, but you know what? I'll do you a favor. Why don't we just have the sort of a, you know, benefit that I am here with my beautiful stream deck, and I can decide when we start. You know what? Let's do it right now. Let's go.
The year is 1184, and the Occident remains in a state of unease. Feudalism has reached the greatest extent of its influence in Europe, while the Middle Ages of great kings and emperors begins. A threat looms over the Christians of the Holy Land from the east, however. Salah al-Din, Sultan of Egypt and Syria, is not the expected threat. Born into a family of relative unimportance that served the previous dynasty of the Levant with due loyalty, he has risen the ranks of the army and consolidated power against his enemies masterfully. To some, he is not worthy of his position by nature of his origin. To others, he demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of the politics of the Middle Ages and exhibits a generous demeanor to his enemies that no other man could match. Saladin was named Vizier of Egypt under the Fatimid Caliphate in 1169, despite being a Sunni Muslim. His rule was marked by his presence as the sole strong authority in Egypt, and he distinguished himself in his brilliant command against the Christian Crusader states. Victorious at the Horns of Hama against the Zengids in Syria, Saladin spent the latter half of the 1170s making foray in Palestine. Baldwin IV, the Leper King, grew up as any other expected monarch, that is to say, in great comfort and tutelage from the brightest scholars of the realm. The scholar tasked with Baldwin was William of Tyre, a man of brilliant intellect, who raised the lad from a young age. It was William who identified an issue of utmost urgency for the young prince, who, upon playing with other children in challenges on the matter of inflicting pain on themselves for fun, did not report any feeling in his right arm. The disease manifested in the most serious form for Baldwin as he hit puberty, and his father passed the crown to him at the young age of 13. The advent of the king's terminal illness prompted the Outremer nobility to speak of succession. It is not known as to how long the monarch shall reign, and men of consequence maneuver through hushed whispers to opportunize at a moment's notice. His sister Sibylla has been left with a young son, from her marriage with the late William of Montferrat, also named Baldwin, who is expected to succeed upon the death of the current monarch. However, the young boy is weak and fragile, and the future of Jerusalem's crown remains uncertain. Beginning to command armies upon his adolescence, the crusading states, taken aback by the sudden aggression, assembled an army and marched much of their force northwards to besiege the fortress of Harim. Saladin marched a formidable force, estimated to be made up of 20,000 soldiers, to Ascalon, directly threatening the heart of the Crusaders' foothold, where he then ordered the ransack of Ramla and Lod, with some portions of the army letting their presence be known at the gates of Jerusalem itself. An increasingly confident Saladin did not dare to imagine such a small Crusader force opposing him face to face, and thus allowed the young king of Jerusalem, Baldwin d'Anjou, to safely exit Ascalon alongside his knights. While a greater part of his force was absent, on the 25th of November, 1177 at Montgisard, Saladin was attacked by the heavily outnumbered Christian force, directly under the command of the 16-year-old Baldwin. The defeat was so severe for the Saracens that Saladin's foray was stopped in its tracks completely, and the once impressive force that had been mustered crumbled at once. Montgisard, while his greatest victory, would not be his only one, and he proved his prowess time and time again. The following years saw an intricate series of sieges taking place, many of which Saladin won, and a year of drought compelled both sides to agree to an uneasy peace. Alas, by 1182, Guy de Lusignan, second husband of Sibylla, was appointed regent of the kingdom as Baldwin's health worsened. He had lost most of his vision and could barely muster the strength to walk. Nonetheless, the king has gathered what strength he has and is determined to protect Jerusalem at all costs for the remainder of his tenure. The truce of 1180 between Saladin's hegemony and the kingdom of Jerusalem has waned quickly. With the Battle of Belvoir in 1182, in response to Raynald of Châtillon's raiding of Muslim caravans during purported peacetime, and increasingly hostile exchanges between Raynald and Saracen forces, the threat of a full-scale invasion has reached a new high. If the kingdom of heaven is to survive, it will need a ruler worthy of the title. The Isle of Britannia lies under rule of the Angevins, and the once spry Henry Fitz-Empress has begun to grow older, his children having reached adulthood themselves. After constant struggle between himself and his family, the unpopular monarch is of ill health, and his estranged wife, Eleanor of Aquitaine, the great heiress of Poitou and Aquitaine, has found herself being his adversary multiple times. Anxious to take power for themselves, in 1173, the three eldest children of Henry and Eleanor rose in revolt against their own father with the support of their mother, France, and Scotland. William Marshal, Earl of Pembroke, and one of the greatest knights of his time would later write, "Cursed be the day when the traitors schemed to embroil the father and the son." The revolt would end in complete failure. The legacy of the great revolt of Henry's sons remains, with Eleanor having been forced into her own husband's captivity. The young King Henry, previously heir to the English crown, never recovered cordial relations with his father, and he too sought to campaign against him once more, dying of a fever in 1183 while on campaign in southern Aquitaine. Henry's second eldest son, Richard, fair-haired and a man of martial prowess, has taken upon the role of heir. Upon the end of his rebellions alongside his brothers, he was granted the responsibility of taking upon his mother's authority in Aquitaine and Anjou, where he gained a reputation for cruelty against revolts. The youngest son, John, is quick-witted and forceful, and occupies the aging king's mind as his favorite child. Across the Channel from England lies the crippled nation of France, at its smallest territorial extent in its entire history. Surrounded by enemies on all sides and suffering from countless revolts, the situation has only been further exacerbated by the death of Louis VII, the first husband of Eleanor of Aquitaine. The massive fiefdom was inherited by herself, the only child of William X of Aquitaine, and her status became that of the most sought-after bride in Europe. She was married foremost to the child of her mentor, Louis VI, and after more than a decade of marriage without a male heir, an annulment was requested and dispensed. Her second marriage to Henry thus proved more fruitful, and her domain fell under the control of England, cutting France's size by a substantial amount. Philip Capet, second of his name to rule, and the only son of his father, has inherited a nation on the brink of collapse, it seems. Marrying Isabel of Hainaut has begun a dowry war with Flanders, and the Champenois and Burgundian vassals of France have rallied against the authority of the crown. And yet Philip has proved to be a more than capable leader, and perhaps the Dark Age of France will find its end by the conclusion of his reign. The beard of Frederick von Hohenstaufen has grayed from its once vibrant red, and yet Frederick himself has not. Frederick Barbarossa commands the polities of Central Europe at their height, and under his reign the court and people have prospered. Contemporaries have described Barbarossa in a positive light. Quote, "His character is such that not even those envious of his power can belittle its praise." It is in Italy where opinion may differ, however. A constant struggle between the emperor and the pope, the investiture controversy, has divided the Italian states by faction lines between the Guelphs and the Ghibellines, and the Lombard League, formed to counter the influence of Barbarossa in Italy, is still extant by the year 1184. Furthermore, the once great landowner, Henry the Lion Welf, was dispossessed of his duchies by imperial ban issued in 1180, and he remains in exile in England alongside his father-in-law, Henry II, seeking his territories back either through reconciliation or less diplomatic means. In the north, conflicts between the bellicose Valdemar of Denmark have begun a campaign in Pomerania against the Slavic lords of the empire. If the Stauffer dynasty is to prosper, it rests upon the shoulders of Frederick to secure the election of his children to the imperial throne. The course of the events to come are now up to the wills of strength, courage, and a little bit of luck. Whether you, the player, choose to play as the most minor lord or the greatest of kings, the future of Europe and the Levant rests in your palms.
Well, folks, and here we are. That was Kingdom of Heaven, and I will tell you right now that Kingdom of Heaven will be, yet again, I know I mentioned that beforehand, will be in the wonderful, wonderful main event of tomorrow. There's a lot of work that went into this, as you can see. There's a lot of quality, a lot of research, and a lot of content that comes with making a mod like that one. In particular, a mod that, honestly, so far, I haven't heard that much about, but I guarantee you, that's gonna change starting tomorrow. What did you all think about this trailer? That's, I always like to get immediate feedback, basically, to tell, hey, how's it going? How do people feel about it? How do you feel about it? Did that get you hyped? Did that get you excited? Indeed, the main event tomorrow does include Kingdom of Heaven. And yet again, by the way, I would like to say thank you to all of you. We have reached 44% of the donation goal for all 3 days. I want to say thank you to all of the people that are making something like this possible. Listen, if you've watched me talk about mods day in and day out, I am never speechless. But today I most certainly am. Today I most certainly am speechless. What a community. What a stream so far. We only have done the very first event. Now, I will tell you, when it comes to the Majapahit event, and I know, of course, let me just quickly grab that. There is somebody involved that all of you will know, whether you know him by name or whether you don't. You know, that is not really that important, because I guarantee you that, well, they're basically everywhere. They are the creators, or rather, he is the creator, in this case, of the wonderful, most subscribed mod on the workshop. That is the Community Flavor Pack. I bet most of you have actually played with it, because it is certainly worth it. Adds so many different features. And he has been modding away on the Majapahit ModJam. In fact, he is live right now. If you want to see some work done on models in-game, as it is, and live, then go check out El Tyranno's stream. That's the stream. Check him out. Give him some love. He certainly deserves it. And he has been making some amazing stuff. But I gotta hold you back on that a bit. I'm going to... it's already public, to be fair. But there's some amazing 3D stuff already for that mod. But I will show you that when we get to the Majapahit segment that is over there on the right. Because it is most certainly worth it. I gotta tell you. It is most certainly worth it. I have been amazed, and I can't spoil too much, but by the organization, by the prowess, by the will to work hard on these sort of projects, these impromptu modding projects, by the people that are involved with it, I can only tell you that I think the submod will be pretty, well established, I think. I think people will actually love it. Yeah, there is some amazing work being done. I can see all of you flood into his chat. Say hello to El Tyrannos. I hope that he is enjoying his time modding. Yeah, look at that. He's showing it. Oh, actually, you have to head over. You know what? You have to head over right now to El Tyrannos. He is showing what he's made. Look at that absolutely beautiful piece of equipment. If you don't want to go over there right now, then we're going to show it off in a bit once you reach the mad Majapahit ModJam. Again, believe me, it will be absolutely worth it. Now, the next segment, as previously stated, is the Map Master segment. And you know what? Let me just... Why aren't we listening to the beautiful music here? There we go. It's the Map Master segment. That one, as I said before, it goes through a couple of maps that have been created by some of the most amazing mod teams. I can already tell you, for example, there's Godherja in there. Godherja has a gorgeous, gorgeous map. There's Anbana, of course. There's Lord of the Rings and many others. You should go check that out. It is, of course, as I mentioned before, a panel that was created by the modders. And I just want to stress that as well. Much of the content that you can see here was not necessarily created by me. There are also other content creators involved. You're going to see that today as well as the other days, of course. But primarily the modders behind this have been doing an insane amount of work to bring you this sort of quality for ModCon. So definitely show some appreciation for them as well. Again, if you follow the link on the description, you get the link hub and you can check out so much over there. Somebody asks a Game of Thrones. Now, if that is a question for map makers, no. But I can't say more without legally... Day 3, okay? Just wait for Sunday. On Sunday, you're going to see the good stuff. Now, with all that out of the way, I think we're going to start like 3 minutes early for Map Masters. We're going to jump in, watch them talk about it, you know, have a bit of an experience, and then have you teach how to make maps, because that is the second part of that very event. Legal problems only, I want to highlight that. Legal problems only because I don't want to spoil it. Listen, all these teams deserve their thunder, right? All these teams deserve to have their main event there. And I don't want to tell you what's in the Game of Thrones main event. Because I want them to get their thunder. Alright. With that being said, let's jump into Map Masters. Have fun.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, or whatever time it is in your local zone.
G'day.
We're mappers, and we made some of the wonderful mod maps that you see in your various favorites, and we're gonna have a look at all of your other favorite mod maps and see what's great. And afterwards, we're gonna have a look at how you, should you want to make your own mod map, can incorporate some of the techniques in your own projects. First off, we have
Yes. First off, we have the Bronze Age, Marianu. We'll roll the clip and then we'll discuss it.
I think the Bronze Age map is a very good example of how a map mod can add a lot of extra detail and experience to a map we're already very familiar with from the base game. The Bronze Age map is a very much more zoomed in area, zoomed in version of a part of the map we're familiar with from vanilla. And I think this very much emphasizes the sort of narrative and feel from that period, where everything was much more granular. A kingdom, like a large kingdom or an empire, might be the size of what in vanilla would be a duchy or a kingdom size. And I think the small, focused in level really emphasizes that in this mod.
Well, yes, and being so close to the ground, terrain types really plays a large part. And they are easy to read, and you can definitely tell that this is a gorgeous, professional-looking map. They carried over all of their strengths from the Imperator map. And I find the bookmark is ideal. You mentioned that like empire size on the vanilla map is like, sorry, duchy size on the vanilla map is like an empire on the Bronze Age map. It's like a broken world. Everything's sort of shattered up into little tiny pieces, and being so close really sells that. I presume they used a smart material brush to paint each barony one by one, and they blended it perfectly. My favorite part is, of course, the oases too. They're stylized and emphasized. Really brings them out.
And I think they use a similar technique for highlighting the very fertile plains of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, and of course, the classical river, the Nile.
Oh, yes.
Furthermore, I really like how the smaller scale level allows the gameplay of the fertile valleys and very inhospitable mountains, except for example, Greece and Anatolia and the Persian highlands to really impact gameplay and shape the map. Furthermore, I'd like to highlight how the river system of the Euphrates branches out, and I think that's very interesting. It's something that carries over very much from Imperator, and I would look forward to maybe at some point in the future Crusader Kings having a naval combat system, which will allow those rivers to play an even larger part in this area.
Yes, you mentioned the Persian mountains, and that's another strong point in Imperator too, is having those choke points. If you don't mind, I'll announce the next map, just so we're moving on. Our next showcase is from Elder Kings 2, Elder Harder. Phosphrodar and enjoy. Okay, what a beautiful map. Skyrim has these gorgeous hand-sculpted mountains. The passes between them are unrivaled in any other map that I've seen. They artistically draw you in. With no boring parts to the terrain, a mountain here, a desert there, a deep bay between them, it is spellbinding. Always something for your eye to look at. So what are your thoughts, Spiegel?
Well, I think they made a very clever use of the existing materials and the existing textures to really emphasize the stylized aspect of the map. They made use of the terrain, the mountain shapes that the vanilla textures give you, and they really played them up to give this gorgeous result. Furthermore, I think it's very interesting how they made this map. They used, for the Skyrim map specifically, they used the in-game map from the Elder Scrolls V
Yeah.
to really emphasize that and really make it look like what it's like in the game. And then for different parts of the map, they had less source material to work on. They're the maps of High Rock and Hammerfell that they used maps from the game, but not a direct gameplay comparison, specifically not from the Elder Scrolls Online. And then there's the continent of, let me get this name right, the continent of Yokuda, which is completely made up by the modders themselves, because they only had books, in-game books, and other lore to go on, and no actual map.
Every part of this map makes you want to dive right in and go hiking.
Really, really does. And I think, yeah, and like you said before, the variety of terrain features always keeps everything interesting. Especially what I found impressive is how the variety of terrain features keep a very wide, empty stretch of, well, desert area in Hammerfell still interesting. There's a mountain here, there's a bit of a river there, and just there's always something to look at.
Perfect. Those are my thoughts. It's perfect. Next up is the dark fantasy world of Gotherja. Play the video. So, Gotherja, a latecomer to our map panel. It was the last one to join us, but certainly not the least. This is one of Pink's masterpieces, the dark fantasy world of Gotherja. It is certainly a fantasy map, and I love the handcrafted and organically formed terrain. Now, the key feature of the Herja landscape are these Badlands and the Worst Lands. I don't know what they're called in the universe, but we've got lots of harsh deserts, and we've even got these black really dark, and he does it through post effects, creating the dark lighting effects, dark atmosphere, and using unique custom terrains to create shattered world, destroyed world, this burnt
And
landscape that created a world of mystery.
those different terrain types aren't the only thing that gives Gothorja its unique feel. The very spikiness of how all the mountains are and how the terrain is almost is shattered, like you said before, in different islands and very. It gives everything a very unfriendly feeling, which really fits the narrative of this land.
Yes, it's like, yeah, the art of the map and the narrative that it tells, the story that it tells, mesh together.
Another great feature of the Gothorgia map, which we also saw in the Bronze Age map, is how the terrain forms a very granular environment for gameplay. In certain areas, the shape of the mountains and hills and forests create narrow stretch in which the actual gameplay happens. And that's a very interesting feature of this map. And I think one
Sure.
that sets it apart from a lot of other maps. Next up is a favorite for a lot of old school nerds. I'm of course talking about the Lord of the Rings map, Realms in Exile. Let's look at the video.
Well, J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. It wasn't until now that the legend could finally come to life. I did the generated height data and material masks working from Chloe's original layout. We made custom volcanic and rocky terrain materials. There's a volcano in Middle Earth, obviously, and all the little rocks, all the little essential details we found super important. So that's what we worked on. We made tiny, tiny rocks. Little hidey holes for hobbits.
And I think this look at the granular terrain sort of really brings to life the terrain we all know and love from the shots of the movies in New Zealand, which all have this gorgeous scenery, and you really see this back in your Lord of the Rings map. Another thing that I think is just fantastic about this map is how you guys bring to life all the sets and scenes from the movies. You have a wonderful Minas Tirith, Minas Morgul. You have Edoras and the Helm's Deep fortress. And I think these are essential to bring to life the map of Tolkien. And you did a really good job on that.
Thank you. I mentioned our process was to create or to generate height data. The Haradwaith is a good example of hybrid generated in handcrafted terrain. I'll be talking about doing stuff like that in the masterclass, which is up next. And I'd just like to finish up my saying what I like to say. In Tolkien's words, start the map and then build the story. Next up is Anbanar. From Europa Universalist to Crusader Kings comes the world of Canor.
The Ambanar map was a interesting challenge because we didn't have any source material to base it on aside from our EU4 version of the map. And the main challenge here was transitioning from a grand strategy skill to a personal skill in Crusader Kings. For this, I really chose to use to go for the sense of adventure that you'd expect from a D&D world, because that's what Ambanar's inspired by, Dungeons and Dragons. And so for this, I chose to exaggerate the mountains and all the terrain features to really emphasize and give the feeling that you could go on an adventure in this map. I primarily handcrafted everything. Most of the mountains in the west are hand painted, and later on I figured out how to use the smart material brush, which was a great help in speeding up the terraining of the east. And it was really a work of learning as I went along.
Well, you got the mountains down, Pack. Perfect. Their exaggerated grandeur is spectacular. Am I peering out of an aircraft window whenever I look at your map? I'm like, just wow. The flatlands look straight out of an atlas. And you've created an impression of a real breathing world. And those locks right at the end, those are just mwah, perfect. I have nothing but high praise for your map.
Thank you very much. And we're only recently starting to add in custom map objects, which you have a lot of experience with.
I do, yes.
Looking at your realms map. And so we started with the White Walls of Castanor, surrounding an ancient kingdom. and soon we'll be adding more custom map objects for different regions. But I know that you're gonna instruct us on a lot of different special techniques that
Yes.
we will be able to use for this process.
Yes, coming up next, Map Masterclass. Join us there. Bye. How's it going? And welcome to the Map Masterclass of Map Masters. Today I'm here at Tavern in Ireland. This is part of the Tales of Ireland map, and what a beauty she is. First we'll look at this lovely terrain here with custom terrain materials. I'm going to go a little bit north over here to Ard Patrick, where this white tower is. First up, I'll show you my grassy smart material brush. I have two patterns. First pattern will add, I'll just paint it here. The first pattern will add just basic grass. And the second pattern will add a little bit of rock to the hills, because there's a little bit of hill right here. Now, you can see there's an issue right here. I'm going to fix that by using the undercoat first, just like I would with painting. Doesn't look like much right now. We'll just apply it. Oh yes, I'll show you what the mask opacity. Oh, look at that. I missed a few spots. Doesn't matter too much. You know, we are making happy little planes, aren't we? There we go. Now I'll paint my main grass material. Look at that. Now those look like planes. Looks pretty good. You can see here that I'm using Plains 1 and Plains 1 Rough as my materials. I could add more here. Maybe I'll use Steppy Grass, which looks nice. Just a little bit. You can see how it's messing up the edges though. That we can fix later, maybe with the undercoat. That's looking a little bit too dry for our tastes. Bring it down a little bit. Maybe that material wasn't right. Let's use Northern Plains. Dry, but not sort of a yellow dry. Yeah, that's looking much better. Now, I'll show you my settings that I'm using for Grass Pattern 1. First up, we can toggle this one off first. We'll have a look at what it is doing. So from that to this. And using this toggle, we can see in purple what it's actually covering. If I edit the angles, we can make it larger, or the area that it covers larger, or the area that it covers smaller. See here, there's a little bit of a slope right there. But if I turn the angle up, it covers it. But not these sharper angles. Those are covered by my hills. Or grassy hills. Let's turn both of them on. I'd say that's looking good. Let's move on to the hills now. First up, the undercoat. How is that looking? Looks pretty good already. It's the magic of this smart material brush. Now, with my Hills Rocky material, I will use a smaller brush and less of it. And I'll be using a pen. Just to paint those subtle details. Okay, that's looking much better now. I'll show you what this brush is doing. So this hills terrain is painted on the hills, on the slopes, where this terrain is painted where it should be actually grass. Now I've added just a little bit of hill to it as well. That's looking much better. Now, if you don't have specific, this is where this terrain is and this is where this terrain is, use the cheat menu by pressing tiled, and then map modes. That will get you this menu here, which you may have noticed down here. I'll click on simple terrain, and now I can see there's hills here and plains here. Forest and swamp. I uncheck use game map mode to go back to the terrain editor. Using the smart material brush is great, but you can't use it all the time. Sometimes you want to get in and do little tiny details. Let's say this barony right here was a swamp. The swamps, I'd recommend painting them by hand. So I'll just find the swamp material. There we go, wetlands. And I'll edit the brush so it starts off big, but doesn't do much. So the amount is low, and the size is big. Maybe 4. No hardness, we don't need that for this brush. I'm using my pen. Now, the shapes that I'm making are organic shapes. So I'm not painting squares, that will be a man-made shape. What I am painting are curves, like this. And the way I do it is I go little tiny brush, like that. I do it in quick succession like this, though. I'll use a different material, maybe noisy, all the way down, and small brush. And using this, I'll just fix up some areas, like here. And I think this is a little bit too much of a hill for the swamp to go on. Get rid of that oasis material, certainly left there. This doesn't look right. We'll just fill it in with this material for now. It seems to me this is where the swamp would go to. This is the lowest level of the barony. So I'll get my wetlands material again. Paint nice and high. I want to make a shape. Just like that. I'll get another material, maybe just a regular plains. Really low in size and really low in amount. I'll paint over my swamp just so there's less of it. It's like building up paint. There we go. Now for mud. Maybe use some mud where there's a lot of swamp in one area. There, and over here. Around this bend. And in this low lands down here. I'd say that looks like a little bit too much mud. So I'll get my planes again and paint over it. But very low amount. So I'll have to build it up to do anything really. But that means I'm being very careful when I'm painting. Down here's fine. Would you look at that? Looks beautiful. I'll come back up here and just fix it to the transition between the plains and the hills. See, there's too much rocky terrain here. And I don't think there's enough rocky terrain in the plains either. So instead of using the smart brush, I'll be using the paintbrush. Let's see what this is on. A bit too low for my taste. I'll bring it up just a little bit. So I'm painting on the side of this hill, not the top. It's not very steep on this side, so I will lower the amount. Okay, that's as much hilly terrain as I want to put in. Now to put back the grass. That's rather high, and a little bit too big. You see, I start with big brushes, and then I go down to small brushes. I might need to scrub a lot sometimes with the amount that I'm using. But I find the more that I scrub around, the more paint that I put on, the more realistic it looks. Each of my paintbrushes, each of my strokes here, they're all slightly different. Just like in, what's his name? Dr. Malcolm from Jurassic Park and his chaos theory. It's just like that, actually. Grass is chaotic, water's chaotic, rocks tumble down the hill chaotically. Different every time. You know, I mentioned those rocks tumbling down and I thought, well, I must put some scree down here. Just a little bit. Make it just that little bit more realistic. Put some scree over here too. Yes, that's looking marvellous. Next, I'd like to showcase some of my own terrains. I'll be using these exclusively in the hill terrain. So first up I have boulders, which I could have used for scree back then. So I'll just fill in these valleys with these boulders. Just a few. Oh, and down here would be lovely. And in this valley too. And in this little channel, I wonder if a river runs through there. Next I'll use my rock terrain. And this one I'll put on lightly. Just on the sides of some of these hills. And you can see my paintbrush going a different direction every time. This is a large section of hill terrain, and it uses, well, uses just a few terrains, so I'll break it up with this material. And there you have it. Oh, look at that snow. It's a little bit sharp, isn't it? I'll use some of these other tools that we have here. Now, I could erase the snow using the material eraser. It's using this terrain, so I could erase it. Or I could blur it using this tool. Just a small amount. There we go. Blur it into the mountain terrain. I don't know what's happening there. Let's check to see how many materials are there. It might be glitching. Oh, yes. Look at that. I count 6 materials on that 1 pixel. If you look up here, we've set this map to use 4 materials per pixel. And this might cause a glitch having 6 at once. So we'll use the material trimmer to fix that. I'll just zoom up and I'll make the material trimmer bigger. There we go. Just shake it around. That should have fixed it. Let's check. Yes, 4 materials. Now my blur tool should work. Okay, well that's working a little bit better. Bring it down the mountain a little bit. I'll fix this one up too, in there. There's a ridge here, which isn't a ridge in the terrain. That's why I made my own mountain materials. I'll just show you how to fix that. I know this is a height map, but I'm sure HUDMI won't mind if I do this for him. I'm using the height map painter. I'm using a very tiny brush, because this is a tiny ridge as well. Yeah, that's all I wanted to do. Just to make it look like it meant to be there. That's looking much better. Now, after this mountain, there's something else I want to show you. Up north, there's a desert. What's a desert doing in Ireland? HUDMI's going to kill me. Might as well make the most of this. Let's show you. Rock trees. Trees that are rocks. Well, that's what I'm using. I'm using the tree painter to paint rocks. And it's very effective to create lovely little scenes like this, just like the pinnacles of Australia. In this map, I'd like to show you how to create mountains that look like this. And I'll be using this space here. To start with, as with painting with real paints and with terrain materials, start with a large brush with a low amount and no hardness. And I'll create organically shaped curves or ridges. That's the main ridge right there, and a little mountain spur down here. That's all I'm doing with the large brush. Time for something that small. I'll just come out a little bit. Might be getting too high here. Okay, that looks good. And I'm using small, soft brushes, feathering the stroke with a tablet pen. I create mountain peaks. A happy little accident. Bob Ross will be proud. Let's embellish that, shall we? Add a few more ridges here and there. This brush is too large for that. This brush is too large for that. All the way down to 1. Now I can put in the fine details. And there you have it. Much smaller than the Misty Mountains over here. Yes, we have our jolly mountain range. Now let's paint this. I'm going to start by just using vanilla materials. Hills first. I think most of the existing terrain is hills already. Okay then, rocks. I don't want any grass on the mountain, so I'll cover it all up. There we go, looking closer. Now I could use the vanilla materials, but the ridges you see won't line up. See, doesn't line up with my ridge. I'll use my custom materials. I'll use that rock, that amount. Maybe a little bit smaller. And then my mountain material, just lightly. Well, I say lightly, yet all my brush strokes build it up. And there we go, a jolly mountain range. As for using the vanilla mountain materials, it's also quite possible. Start by painting those materials flat. There's a pattern in there. There's a ridge here and a ridge there. Different mountain materials have different ridge patterns. This is where my mountain will be. I'll build it up roughly first. That's looking good already. Onto a smaller brush. And there you have it, a mountain that looks good with simple brush strokes. Let's go back to the materials and find the mountain that looks good with valley materials brush for this pattern. Let's go back to the materials and find the mountain that looks good with valley materials brush strokes. So there you have it, 2 methods of creating mountains. And that's all the time I have left. Thank you for watching.
Wow, who made that noise there, folks? That's my apologies in the end. I hope that you enjoyed watching our wonderful Bob Ross of the community, by which I of course mean Matt the Lego Man. Matt is to blame for basically everything related to the topic of wait, am I still Bob Ross of the community? Oh, now it works. Okay, don't shock me like this, people, okay? We fixed it. I think I fixed it. So, here's the deal. That was our Bob Ross of the community. He is the spirit behind a lot of the 3D objects that are out there. And he is also, of course, the mapper behind Lord of the Rings. And that was completely outstanding how he basically created this beautiful little mountain range out of nothing. Thank you, Matt, for doing this. Thank you, Beagle Toren. And thank you to all of the folks that are giving us these absolutely gorgeous maps, you know, to play with, but also to work with for this particular event. I mean, for me personally, I mean, honestly, all of the maps were amazing. What was your favorite map, folks? What was your favorite map? Because Godherja is super, super impressive in terms of creating a map that is really atmospheric in many different ways. Lord of the Rings looks truly... Lord of the Rings, in my opinion, captures the feeling behind the Tolkien maps. And then, of course, at the same time, we got the wonderful Elder Kings 2 map. Listen, if you knew what was coming tonight, you would be a huge fan of Elder Kings, but maybe you already are. Mayanu, another good pick. Now, I don't know whether I already mentioned this, but you know what? I'm just gonna spoil it to a certain degree. If you are interested in the Bronze Age Mayanu, then you might want to watch tonight's announcement show. I think that might be something that could interest you. I'm not saying anything. Mayanu, please do not sue me, okay? Listen, I think there is a lot of really good quality coming. I think we already had a lot of good, really great quality. I see a lot of Godherja, Lord of the Rings. I think Lord of the Rings has it. I'm looking over this, and I'll be real with you right now. I think Lord of the Rings has it only because people haven't heard of Anbenar enough, huh? Not enough EU4 fans in here. So if you didn't know this, and I'm just going to bring that up real quick, because not everybody knows of Anbenar, because not everybody plays EU4. It is an original universe created for EU4 originally, and then they said, hey, why don't we move on and we make it so that we translate this into CK3. The result, or at least some of it, you have seen just now. It is absolutely incredible what they have made, what this map looks like. While Lord of the Rings has this sort of charm of a truly high fantasy world, Anbenar goes a bit further, right? Anbenar really hits this Dungeons and Dragons sort of vein where you look at the mountains, where you look at the surroundings. And I mean, if you know a bit of the lore of Anbenar, it is an absolutely great piece of lore. I believe we are 200 or 400 years before the EU4 start date, I want to say. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that I think Anbenar really is something that is being a bit underestimated right now. But I think as the mod will come closer to being released, I think that's going to change as well. Beagletoren, yet again, I just want to mention that, is the mapper behind Anbenar, and Matt Ross is the mapper behind Lord of the Rings. With all that out of the way, the next segment, as you can see on the right side, is the Mad Majapahit ModJam, and I'm incredibly excited for this one. I've already talked about this. I've already talked about, you know, what is going on behind the scenes, that the modders got together and said, hey, we want to sit down and we would really like to do this. Sorry, Diogo, I just want you to know that in chat you actually made me laugh. Good job, Diogo. You brought me out of concept. But what I want to say is that this is a truly community-sourced effort, and it is an effort that they are doing live as ModCon is going on, as the days for ModCon are appearing and, you know, disappearing again once the day, of course, is over. They have and they are working very hard on creating something that, you know, again, is a beautiful mod set on the island of Java. Now, it is a very exciting topic. It is also a difficult to grasp topic, because while we have panels here, such as the design philosophy that will follow afterwards, while we have panels here like mod administration and the map maker panel, the truth about mod making on a larger scale is, as soon as you enter anything that is related to a multifaceted project, a project that basically says, hey, you need to do a map, you need to do events, you need to do characters, you need to do 3D assets, it becomes primarily research and organization. Actually getting the content done is one step, and it is a very, very tiresome step, but I am thoroughly impressed by the team behind the Mad Majapahit ModJam, because they have done insane amounts of research. Now, what I got queued up here, and Thane, thank you yet again, what I got queued up here is a short introduction by the lead dev behind the Princess of Darkness mod. Have you heard of the Princess of Darkness mod? I would assume so, because it is one of the biggest mods, of course. It was released right after CK3 released. It is a part of the Paradox franchise family, really. When did they get that IP? Like 4 or 5 years ago or something? It's been a while, right? But Spark is basically going to shortly explain what is going on, what this is all about, and, well, basically, what the goal of this entire endeavor is. So why don't we go and check it out?
Hello, good evening. I am Spark, the lead developer for Princess of Darkness mod, and I'm here to talk about the Majapahit ModJam. What's a Majapahit? And what's a ModJam? Well, in the gaming industry, there are game jams in which developers come together over the course of a week to, based on a certain theme, develop mini games, proof of concepts, really. And oftentimes they're competitions. But for ModCon, we decided to take a collaborative approach. We're going to bring together some of the best modders in the community to work on a shared mod, and that we needed to pick a theme that go with it. The idea for the rules of the mod jam would be that we would be able to research beforehand, but that we'd actually start serious work on the mod when ModCon began. Little technical difficulties with the start of the show, but we've already started work on it, and we wanted to show you our progress here in this first day. So we need to pick a theme, and the theme we picked were based on a lot of criteria, like it not already being in CK3, not likely to be an expansion, and not being a fantasy setting that was already under copyright. And we decided to pick the island of Java in the 13th century and its Majapahit Empire, which is also the name of the latest patch for Europa Universalis. So, as part of our research, we put up together a Pinterest board and a shared Google Doc where we discussed the various themes and events that we would make use. And very quickly after having picked the research theme, Rajas of Indochina was released to the Steam Workshop, which is a mod that's going to detail all of Indonesia for Crusader Kings 3. However, they had not yet gotten to detailing the island of Java. So we contacted them and we all agreed that they would join the ModJam team and we would develop Java together as a shared collaborative project. So this came from their map projection for the island of Java, and Matt, the Lego Man Alexi, then started working on it by refining the model, adding terrain to it. And here's some screenshots of the changes that he made. And we'll do a flyover of the island. And it's looking gorgeous. That with the holdings, and you can see the provinces have started to be mapped out there at this point, all the way over to the island of Bali. So then the Rajas of Indochina team started the mapping of the provinces, numbering them so we keep track of them, testing the game with some coats of arms for the baronies, then dividing them into 2 kingdoms, deciding that we need a lot more kingdoms for the Majapahit Empire. Then we also have an illustrator who's working on a illustration for a loading screen for us as an oil painting. Then also Matt is working on 3D models. This is going to be an example for a village on the island. And what has been going on here in the bottom left of the screen has been a speed up of his work process with designing those models. And so now we will look at the finished product that he got done for the temple and see both the villages and the temple on our new map of Java. And also, from the Community Flavor Pack, El Tyrannos is working on what we're calling the Pineapple Crown. And he actually is doing a stream of that presentation. So you can check that out on YouTube for his streaming of his process. We also have that then rendered in the game. So check that out. And then finally, we have it in the game here. And we'll leave you with both the crown version for men and for women. And we hope to show you what we were able to accomplish in the next 2 days. We will see you soon.
Well, and there you have it. If that doesn't give away just how big this sort of fun project is. And I say fun, obviously, hey, this is hard work. Nobody relax, okay? But what I'm saying is that this spontaneous mod is seeing a lot of detail. It's getting hand-painted loading screens. Can we just like appreciate how crazy that is? That they actually sat down and said, hey, let's do that. Yeah, absolutely. It is mind-blowing. I am absolutely impressed by the hard work that has been done. Now, I don't want to leave you in the dark. So the idea of this ModJam is that on the last day of ModCon, we basically go and we actually play the mod live. I will try to gather all the power that I have and assemble as many people as I possibly can, you know, other content creators and whatnot. I already got the list, of course. They all know about it. I don't know whether they got time, but we're going to figure that out. And we're going to go and we're going to play that mod. No posing. You gotta keep going. It's inspired by, if you have seen that at PDXCon, there was this event where content creators, I only got to watch. So like I was on the stream, but I didn't get to play. I only got to watch, and it was painful. I played with Matt, actually. Matt Clohassi, the amazing CK3 programmer, and it is inspired by that. We want to have a bit of action through and through on the island of Java. But lots of talking is nice. The truth is that I'm not actually alone here right now. I have been holding a secret weapon this entire time behind my back. And I think it's time that we bring that weapon out. How you doing?
Am I the secret weapon?
It's true. You are the secret weapon.
Yeah,
If you
okay.
don't know, folks,
Right.
this is El Tyrannos. How you doing?
Hello, I'm fine. A bit tired because I've been working 8 hours today. So my brain is a bit busted, but I'm still rolling.
Just very close to collapsing. Don't collapse, but I will say, you know,
Not yet.
we gotta take a
I-
look at some things here, because it was already teased in the video here for the showcase by Spark. But I think there's a bit more to show off. What have you been working on when it comes? You've been writing events, right? Nobody, I don't think you can like do anything else basically, right? Like no coding on your like no 3D assets, nothing, no. Know what you're known for, right? You don't do 3D assets ever. Oh, no. Oh, wait, what? Did I get? Can you not hear me anymore?
I do.
Okay, perfect. We are now in the
Yeah,
game, but don't worry about
yeah.
that yet. What have you been up to? I know you've been streaming. The folks know you've been streaming.
I do. Was the event question for me?
No, Mike. Yeah, but I was
thought
basically
my
teasing
brain
you.
is busted.
I was just teasing you, saying that you know you've never done 3D, right? Very untalented when it comes to 3D. No skill either.
No, I don't. No. I mean, I could not write event either because I would like have spelling mistake in English or.
Right, yeah, absolutely. You know, yeah, basically you're just watching, right? But no, in reality, you've been modding. Let me just, before we jump into the 3D assets that exist here, let me just take a look at Java. I mean, it just looks absolutely lovely. I hope that this will be a great addition as well for the Rajas of Indochina mod. Of course, it's going to be a sub-mod, if I have been informed correctly. This is loaded into the game with the Rajas of Indochina sub-mod. You can see that right there. There's a lot of work going in there. Now, what you can also notice is that on Java itself, everybody's Archon and everybody's Arcan. How does that happen? If you aren't active behind the modding scene, then you might not know it, but basically the way it works is if there is no religion or culture defined for this region, or if there's a mistake anywhere, and of course this mod is being actively worked on, this is hot code, so that, you know, is what happens. You just see that sometimes the first culture and religion in the general list is selected, and that is exactly what we have here. So that is of course not finished yet, but you know what, let's just dress ourselves up. I am Nana Quabena at the moment, and I would like to wear a new headpiece. What do we? Oh, look, there's a funny symbol here. What's that? It's a golden. I think it's a star. Is that a star?
I think it's like I took this on Wikipedia. I think it's a kind of Majapahit symbol, or yeah, I just pick whatever was at end in,
Look at
in
this.
the time. Yeah.
Oh my god, the detail in the knobs, the spirals. How long did this take you?
This one took me 5 hours, so I did it yesterday. And yeah, it's not actually Majapahit, it's Javanese, but it's from 10th century. Majapahit is much later in medieval times, but it was easier to make basically. The only Majapahit crown I found, which was legitimately Majapahit, would probably take me about a week of work. So
Right.
I just managed to find something simpler to make.
5 hours, I have to say, that's just incredible that you got something like this out. I dislike that in CK3, right, in the barbershop, sometimes like if you zoom in too much, it doesn't show the top, and I really want to look at that top. Like the what is that, a pearl?
It's it's a kind of pearl. I don't remember
That's
what
beautiful.
was the. You could see it with a smaller character, but yeah, there's the FOV. You would have to edit the full screen
Right.
barbershop files to get it.
Right. Wait, I think I can. Give me a second here. I got a mod installed here. Add trait dwarf. Oh, there we go. Maybe. Let's test it. Nope. Okay. Oh, nope. Okay. That is. You mean like not a dwarf, just small? Okay, fair enough. I can't make it happen. Let's take a look at something else that you made. The Javanese royalty. Oh, and I think his measures aren't good. I think there's a bit of an issue there. He wanted to show us his best parts. This man works much better. Look at this. Oh my god. So first of all, we got of course the is it called a neck guard? Honestly, I don't even know what it would be called. But we got this golden piece of honestly, it reminds me remarkably. It reminds me of what the pharaohs would wear. But then also we got these golden rings, and sadly I can't actually zoom in on them, but look at that. You made those as well, right? How long did this take you?
So for the whole set, because if you unzoom to the maximum, you see the leg wear as well.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Okay. Yeah.
that
Oh,
you,
yeah.
You won't be able to pick it in the barbershop. But the whole outfit took me the whole day. Basically, I started at 9:45 this morning, and so it's 7, and it's almost done.
I have to say that's a whole lot of work. Seriously, folks in the chat, this is the dedication that El Tyrannos has. This is how you create a mod like the community flavor pack. There's certainly a lot of work in there.
There is.
Now,
yeah, so probably 5 hours for the top and a bit more for the bottom.
now you have streamed all of this, right? Can people watch that on your channel? You know, after the fact?
They can review, replay the live stored in my channel. So
right.
Currently it's on pause because I'm here, but I will resume right after.
Yeah, I pulled you out of your stream.
I mean, it's a bit of air because I'm tired, so I have hard times to focus at this point.
Man, I really love the material of these. So you are on tomorrow, yeah? What are you going to talk about tomorrow, if you want to talk about that shortly?
You mean the panel?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the panel is the 3 masterclass, and if you look at the character, he has a nice little embroidery on his skirt. And so with Atral, who is working with me as 2D artist on Community Flavor Pack, we will teach you how to make a new pattern and give more variety to an existing model. Basically. So what we did for those who play with Community Flavor Pack, in the African pack, we had about 5 new patterns that give more variety and help the clothes to look different. And so, yeah, we will teach you how to make a new one. There will be a sample mod, plenty of things, if you want to get into modding.
All right, so that's going to be a very valuable resource, I reckon, for anybody that wants to do 3D modding. And as many modders have told me in the past, 3D modding is a bit of a sore spot. There's a lot of demand and not a lot of supply. So I think that is going to be very, very important for anybody that is interested in doing it. So definitely go check that out, folks. Now, I will say that is already a lot, you know, because it's a very limited time that you can work on this mod. There's a very limited amount of things that can be done in the time, I guess. What are your plans going forward this weekend?
Well, basically, I just have tomorrow left because I started one day earlier.
Yeah, because my internet went out. Yeah,
that's it. So if I want to play by the rules, I only have tomorrow left. And what you saw is the king outfit, and I want to rework it a little bit so it can fit also to commoners and the lower nobles, and hopefully maybe make a sword, a kris, like it's a dagger, and hopefully to make a hat for dukes that is not as rich as the pineapple crown.
Right. All right, so there's some stuff coming. You know what? Let me actually check right now. I got my... let's take a quick look at the map here. Look at this. I got my controller connected so we can real quick do that. We can turn off the borders. Gorgeous. That's what you love to see. Look at these. Look at this. This was shown, I believe, in the video earlier.
Yep.
Absolutely gorgeous. Wow. Yeah, I am surprised, and I'm the guy that has access to the developing channel of this project. I am surprised just by, how much is possible here. The interesting thing is as well that the map of Java looks actually absolutely gorgeous. It's so eccentric, like it's so every tidbit of location is basically pushed in here. You know, usually it's a bit more. I think it's best to showcase that with the normal material that we have from vanilla. And don't get me wrong, I think vanilla looks absolutely gorgeous. But I do think that if we go over it, you can see that, like, for example, Sardinia and Corsica. I mean, there's, you know, there could be more life on there, I think. And then we have the beautiful Java, and all of a sudden, oh, I can't, here we go. We got this beautiful, beautiful terrain. This terrain, because and now I actually didn't follow the channel. I hope that you did. So I'm asking you something that I'm not sure of. I think this terrain was made as a bit of a revamp of the terrain already existent in Rajas of Indochina, right?
Yeah, from my understanding, because I kind of read quickly, the map was already made, and what Matt did, polishing the 8 map and all details.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Absolutely gorgeous.
At the holdings, and someone else worked on. Sorry, I don't even know who is working with me. But
I think there are. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? I think there are 7 people involved in this, but I could be lying. And in that case, the person that I dropped will probably just leave the event. Let's go like, nah, no acknowledgement, I'm out. But there are plenty of people working on it, and they're doing great work, as you can see. I know that there is, of course, the culture, there's the religion, and then there's also the angle with the political map. Let's just take a quick look at that. We got the Empire of Jawa, Jawa Dwipa, which I believe is... No, I thought, okay, I'm mistaken. I thought it was a connection between the two, but it's Sunda and Jawa on the kingdom level, and then Bali here on the easternmost islands. Yeah, I think a good goal looking over this. In whatever state this mod is, of course, there's going to be bugs. People, I just want to say that as well. There's going to be visual bugs. There's going to be event bugs. A mod made in 3 days will not be perfect. That's just the way it is. There's a lot more to a mod. But we're going to play this on Sunday. And I think the goal should be to form Jawa Dwipa if it works. Like, if people get it together. It's always difficult. I always... I have to say, you know, the goal obviously is that, but the reality can be that we are all dead within like 2 minutes, and then we can restart the entire thing. But yeah, this is this project. We got a lot more coming there. I'm very, very excited to see that. Now, when it comes to the material that you're using here, and we've had a stream together where we talked about the Sub-Saharan African update that came for Community Flavor Pack, and you're going to be on tomorrow as we talked about it. How difficult is it? Because I think, you know, no matter how I phrase it, if I say that a part of your process is less intensive than the other, at least that it, you know, feels that way from the outside, it always sounds like I'm downplaying what you're doing. That's not the intention, just to make that sure, to make that clear. But how difficult is it to actually get the material of the hat here to seem like the material that it is in real life, right? Because there's a very specific look and feel, I think, to metals compared to, for example, linen.
Well, it's a combination of processes that are in the new industrial standard. Basically, you make a high poly model. A high poly is very, very detailed. It has millions of points, and you sculpt all the details in there. So the hammered gold, the like stains, scratches, wounds. But it's all like if you were doing it on some clay, and then you're going to stamp this on a low poly model, so which is much simpler to display for your GPU.
Mm-hmm.
And then with another, with a rendering process which is named physical based rendering (PBR), that we will talk about in the 3D masterclass tomorrow. You have all the simulation of light based on roughness, metalness, and the normal map that was generated from the high poly. The combination of 20 years of technical evolution, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't believe they started to do that just so that we could now enjoy CK3.
Yeah, basically before you would just take a picture and stamp it and Photoshop on your model, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
and
wow, yeah. Right. Oh,
yeah,
I remember. Yeah.
You know,
as a consumer, I remember that.
I mean, they were doing like this in about in early 2000s. So, yeah, until Call of Duty 2, pretty much, if you have the 2005, started to have normals, and then PBR is it's very recent, it's from like 2010, and now most games are up to this standard.
Real quick, I know you know this. What's the command for prowess?
set_prowess 100.
Here we go, okay. Look at this. I really think this This works really well together. Yeah, wow. Look at the arms in particular. This is honestly just incredible work. I can't believe that you've done this in such a short time. Oh.
The armbands are 5 kilo.
They are massive. Oh my god. They are truthfully absolutely massive. But you know. They're really just there to protect us from him because he can't flex anymore. You know, if he does, then his muscles get restrained by the armbands. It's to keep us safe. But yeah, wow, very, very, absolutely impressive work. Thank you so much for working this hard on the Majapahit ModJam. And I sometimes need to glance over. I actually see the schedule on the left side, and I'm like, was it Majapahit ModJam? You know, it's a lot of M's. Okay, that's all I'm saying. But thank you so much again.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll see plenty of work from others in tomorrow's report, I guess. It's not only 3D. There's a lot to come: characters, events, environmental models, dynasties, coat of arms.
All right, yeah, that is a lot.
List in mind.
I'm very excited to show that off today. Now, tomorrow, I mean. God, not today. I don't wanna overwork all of you. Finish this today, you hear me? But I'm very excited for that part, and I thank you for coming on, for taking the time. Sorry for interrupting the stream yet again, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. Bye.
Bye-bye. Alright, and there you have it, folks. That was El Tyrannos. You may know him. If you don't know him, then I have to tell you, you should 100% check out his mod. It's the most subscribed mod on the workshop. It is absolutely worth it. It is the community flavor pack, of course. Let me just real quick actually close CK3 here. I have never played CK3 in my life, so let's get that out of here. Now we are 15 minutes away. 15 minutes from the main event. Oh, by the way, somebody said, I want to stress this. I said this at the start of the segment, that did not look like a Javanese person. That's because it is not. The ethnicity is still being done. It's just that if you don't set a culture or religion, it just picks the first one, and that is Archon and Arkham. I think so. And those are both religion from Africa and a culture from Africa, meaning that those were Africans models. So we're going to get the actual Javanese models going forward. They're still in the works. Don't worry. I hope that they will come out well, of course. There's a lot of love, there's a lot of work put into that. Just think about it. The entire day for the outfit is what was spent by El Tyrannos, and then of course we got the 5 hours for the headdress. There's a lot of stuff in there. So yeah, just don't worry about it yet. The product isn't done, and just if you weren't here to hear that, the fact of the matter is that this mod will be live on the workshop after all of this is over as a submod to Rajas of Indochina. So that's gonna be absolutely hype. We have 3D models, we got 3D assets for people, we got counties, we have kingdoms, empires, we got cultures, religion. It's all coming. Just give it some time. Now here's the thing. I want to take a quick second. Take a look at... I want to say thank you to Tom, Archie, Uber, Thane, Tom, again, somebody, Tom, again, Klepto, Zero Trips, Südling, Nice Zoom, and Tom, and probably more. We have reached 494 euro donated for a good cause. Again, I want to stress this. And actually it's more money. Some money was donated here on YouTube. Spoilers, I actually thought super chats were disabled. Apparently they're not. I will donate that money though. Don't worry about it. Here is the link if you're interested in donating. It is for Autismus Mittelfranken, which is an organization that, you know, essentially supports and advocates for autistic people. So I am very, very happy. I mean, I'm stunned by the generosity of all of you. I have to say, seriously, absolutely incredible. Now, that is, of course, one side of the coin. Another side of the coin is that we have this absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous link up on our website. If you follow the website link, which I will push out in a second, give me a hot minute. we can have it so that most of the people that were in there, so that are participating in this ModCon, have their own Discord linked right there. And we will go ahead and make it so that, well, basically, you can join the Discords, you can keep track of everything, you can ensure, you know, that things work. And apparently I'm lagging, but can't tell. So, like, I hope I'm not. But honestly, as long as it doesn't lag for the main event. I'm just saying, here's the ModCon link. I posted it only now. Wait, I'm lagging? Oh god. If more people keep writing it, then I'm dying, okay? Get better internet, yeah? So, anyway, what I'm saying is, it's a charity event. It is a huge link up. This is the biggest modding event that has ever happened for Paradox Games as far as I know, and I've been following these games for 15 years. Oh my god, I'm getting old. There's people in chat that are 15. Enjoy your youth. I am now 26 years old, I think. You lose track at some point. No, I feel like I'm 2 years old. Now, no, I'm not a... You can see I'm getting tired. I meant to say 20, but here we go. Anyway, that's the tea, sis. We have the link up, the charity, and we have plenty of events. Now, next up is, as mentioned beforehand, the main event. We're gonna have Bronze Age Mariano in that, and I actually decided that we're gonna see Bronze Age Mariano first. We're not gonna see it yet. Give it like 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes, we're gonna be on time. You think I'm not punctual? That's crazy. We're gonna have Bronze Age Mariano. We're gonna have some other great mods in there, and then at the very end, we're going to have Elder Kings 2 with something that I believe you will be absolutely hyped about. We also have, after the Elder Kings 2 segment, so after the trailer is over, I should say, we have a very long, picture-supported, so it's not just talking, interview with the with two modders behind Elder Kings 2. And it's quite long. So if you want information, if you want to know what's going on in the mod, what's going to be in it, what's going on, then you will definitely want to watch that. Very, very important. And then after that, we have, of course, as it reads right down there, design philosophy. A big panel, the modders behind, for example, Game of Thrones, but also behind Elder Kings 2, Way of Kings. There's a lot of modders involved. The Fallen Eagle also involved in that. So as far as that goes, there's a lot to come. I hope that you're excited for that part. Now, I will tell you that I'm basically out of talking about things. The debate in chat right now is whether what makes a boomer and what makes a millennial. The answer is I don't know. But the point of my monologue here is thank you all for the donations. It will be very much appreciated. Again, I have pledged and I will be donating myself with 500 euro. We're gonna chip in that. So technically, if you want to be real cheesy about it, you cheese nerds, technically we have already reached the goal, because I'm gonna chip in 500. But hey, every cent counts, especially for charities. I want to say thank you now to Bittersteel. Beneath the Gold, the Bittersteel, enjoying ModCon. Looking forward to Game of Thrones mod info. Thank you so much. That is very much appreciated. I really, really appreciate the generosity here that has been shown so far. Absolutely blown away. If you are a fan of a Game of Thrones, they will be on several panels, but more importantly, they will be on the main show on Sunday. They will be they're gonna have a slot. Let's call it that. Yeah, they're gonna have a slot on the main show tomorrow. So on Saturday we're gonna have after the end. Also, they're gonna have a slot. That's all I can say. If I say more, then I give it all away. You know, we can't do that. So yeah, there you go. We got Swordsman in chat. He is behind part of the Game of Thrones mod. Everyone born after 1997 is a Zoomer. That is true. I'm not a Zoomer. But yeah, I'm incredibly excited. Now, I'm honestly tempted to start the main event segment early, but I don't want to... What if people were waiting like, I don't want to watch any of the other crap, right? I'm gonna wait. I think I'm... No, you know what? You gotta have a conversation with me here, chat, yeah? This is like at PDXCon when they just sat down and talked because they didn't know what was going on. There was Will the stream be saved on YouTube? Right, that question is a good question, and yes, it will be. So the entire stream will become video on demand immediately after the stream ends. It's not gonna go offline. It's gonna take some hours until the chat will be there for the replay, but the stream will be up. I will also add chapters for the different, segments, and then at some point, I haven't decided on that yet, we're gonna cut it up. I think we're just gonna upload basically the main events as individual videos so that it's easy to search. And beyond that, yeah, no, it's definitely going to be archived. You can definitely watch it again. And it also hopefully can become a bit of a resource for the modding community, when it comes to 3D assets. As, El Tyranno's mentioned, he will have that tomorrow. There's a bit of a lesson there, maybe the mapping and so on. And yeah, that's what's going on with that. Again, there's going to be memories of this ModCon echoing through history. At least that's my dream. A lot of people here that appear to be fans of Swordsman, and then Swordsman himself, and I just realized a lot of people are just Verkos. Dance for us? See, so the magic is, I actually have the full suit, so this is like, I have this and then pants with the same pattern, but I'm not wearing these pants, because nobody's seeing my legs. I'm just wearing normal pants, basically. What else is there? I pledge my allegiance to dummy mail. You know what? Let me just explain something for modders that don't, or people that aren't modders. Dummy mail was something that many modders abused in Jank to store information in. It's just like, basically, they tricked the game, and it made the developers go crazy. Yeah, that is what modders in CK3 get to do. Not everybody gets to do that. But yeah. Pantsless confirmed. No. In actual, let me real quick here. Let me clear that up, yeah? I'm actually wearing long pants as well, because it's been a bit rainy these last couple of hours. See, I cleared it up. I cleared it all up, yeah? There we go. But yeah. God Herja, I can say right now, so this is not directly ModCon related. We got 5 more minutes, folks. 5 more minutes. Let me set up a tweet here. Main event of the evening in 5 minutes. What is going to happen on the channel is a lot after ModCon, and I'm not even thinking about after ModCon yet. I'm way busy still with ModCon, but I will be covering things like Shogunate. I will be covering things like Imperator, the Invictus mod. I wanted to do that on the 30th, but seriously, I've been so busy. There are a lot of mods that I know not enough people have heard about yet. Amazing mod teams out there. Not all can fit into this convention. I hope that is clear. But yeah, there's a lot to come, let me tell you. Not just in ModCon, also afterwards. We're only 5 minutes away. Let me just write a tweet. Main event of the evening starts in 5... Nope, that's a percentage sign. 5 minutes. Be there or be square. And then we do the little crown. The little crown. And then the link. And then we do an image, right? What image do I have? I can do my anime eye image. Go check out Twitter. I gotta... Everybody go and like the stream. Nope. Why did I linked you to Twitter home. I can use... Okay, I'm a boomer. Alright, well. No, listen. Go to... Please go there, okay? Like this tweet. I linked you to the Twitter homepage. I want to also say thank you to Becky and to Captain Renault. Thank you very much for donating. I really do appreciate it. That will all, yet again, go to the wonderful, wonderful charity of our choice. With that out of the way, folks, 4 more minutes. Spoilers. Mayanu is first. Very excited for that one. What you need to know about the main show is that parts of the main show were made by me. Parts of the main show were made by other content creators. Parts of the main show were made by the modders. Because what you have here in this entire show, I mean, most of the panels were made by the modders, but what you have in this show is the heartblood of the CK3 community. I think CK3 is a lot richer thanks to the mods, and so many absolutely meaningful mods as well. I want to make that clear. It's not just all meme mods. There's so much quality, and there's nothing against meme mods. Don't get me wrong here. The VTuber meme mod is great. But what I mean is that there's an insane amount of quality in the modding community, and I think that ought to be appreciated. So I just want to say thank you to the modders as well that are making all of this possible, of course. Let me just check. Oh yeah, look at that, yeah. Yeah, that's basically where I'm coming from on this. It's an incredible community. It's been only possible because the modders were so are involved in this sort of stuff. So what we're gonna have is a little bit of the mod main showcases is basically directly from the modders. Some stuff comes from me and some other stuff from other content creators. For example, the Elder Kings 2 the Elder Kings 2 some part of the Elder Kings 2 content, okay, includes Druzhnik, who is a great content creator, an amazing content creator. Let me link Druzhnik's account real quick. She's on YouTube, she does CK3, she does Warhammer. So much going on. Let me just grab that in there. Here we go. Alright. So there's a lot going on there. There's a lot to come. And I think I stretched the time well enough. Welcome, folks, to the main event of this evening of ModCon. Today we're going to be talking about a mod that goes by the name of the Bronze Age Mayanu. There's a lot to be said, because Mayanu has been rather quiet for a long time, I think. But there is going to be much, much more coming, and you will be able to see it for yourself right now. The Bronze Age Mayanu was one of the first mods to release after CK3 became playable, and it did hit the game and its community like a truck. The massive mod that originally came over from Imperator Rome offered a completely different experience by offering up its ancient world. From ancient Greece to Mesopotamia and from Egypt all the way to Asia Minor, an unprecedented amount of detail and quality came with the mod. And then, admittedly, it became somewhat quiet around the mod. However, today we can finally learn that the team has been hard at work to refine the experience further, and spoilers, I have to say that I am already excited for this upcoming content. So, let's start by talking about the visual beauty of the mod coming in the next update. Everything is being overhauled to fit the theme of the mod. This starts at the main menu, other minor things such as the settings menu, and then progresses deep into the very core of the mod. Of course, the paper map has always been absolutely gorgeous, but the team has worked hard to now translate this into basically every menu and interface section, as you can see. The mod will have its own unique color scheme for the menu, unique icons, and most importantly for the beauty of the map, truly gorgeous framing for the already existing realm and family coats of arms. It is truly a pleasure to look through the individual menus of the mod, as the team's work brings a unique charm that previously wasn't present, as many vanilla assets were used instead. Now, of course, menus are not where the beauty of this upcoming update ends. The assets that you can see here were originally created by Benjin, one of the lead devs behind the mod, for the ambitious Total War Rome 2 total conversion, Age of Bronze. However, Benjin has since become a generous contributor for the Bronze Age mod and is working towards making more content specifically just for the CK3 mod. 3D modders, this is something that I can guarantee you will hear often from CK3 modders, are a very rare sight, and for Benjin to join this mod with their amazing work is truly a blessing. The insane variety of clothing and unit assets that are heading into the direction of this mod will add to the UI rework's flavor and grant a much greater degree of immersion. While the vanilla CK3 assets are a decent starting point for a mod as ambitious as this one, the added quality thanks to Benjin's assets will completely outclass the current version of the mod. That much can be said for certain. Now, let's move on from visual additions for the moment. The mod will also be adding a new prowess lifestyle category with 3 new trees. The focus of these trees lies primarily in the idea that might makes right and, of course, tells great stories as well. While the complete implementation of these trees is still very much work in progress and subject to change, the team's focus here lies on creating characters that truly live epic lives, undergoing tribulations like the legendary gods and demigods they worship. There are already some interesting bonuses within these trees, so I think it is fair to say that the potential of creating a truly breathtaking, powerful ruler is something to look forward to during and after their lifetime, because their legacy will of course remain. The team has also altered the way holdings work. Urbanized governments, so those that correspond the closest to feudal governments from the base game, will only have access to cities and settlements. This distinction is made primarily to emulate the heavy focus on the city-state and, as the government name implies, urbanization of power centers. Only cities can be province capitals, and it is vital to build them up to achieve a wealthy power base for your dynasty. Now that does not mean that the countryside should be ignored. Settlements have access to rural buildings that can support a province even further. On the flip side, of course, the urban center of a province will have unique buildings as well that can enhance the safety and prosperity of your realm further. Now, let's jump into a topic that you may have already noticed in the screens that you've seen so far as a button: tombs. While it is very easy to not think about from a modern point of view, burial sites and burial rites were incredibly vital topics for the people of antiquity, for that was their connection both to their gods and to their ancestors. It only makes sense, once we understand this, that the developers behind the Bronze Age mod care so deeply about implementing this fact of life as a proper roleplay mechanic. Tombs have been given their own full interface, and different regions on the map, based on the religion they follow, will build different styles of tombs. Building a tomb lets you bury your family in dignity and, if you so choose, punish parts of your family that you dislike by denying them the right to experience the aforementioned pleasure. You can set a general tomb burial policy on the level of your house, or alternatively by interacting with individual characters directly. Did an uncle of yours sleep with your wife? Well, maybe he'll have to find his own burial location. But of course, maintaining tombs worthy of your family is not all that simple. While all the regions of the map will be able to create their own type of tomb, Egyptians in particular will have access to illustrious pyramids that will of course take quite some time to even construct. One stage of these pyramids, in general, will take up to 10 years to construct and will be accompanied by story events that could even let you take some shortcuts, although of course this can also carry risks. Additionally, while the modders are not yet able to show it off, there will be an additional government type called the Palatial Government, primarily for the advanced and prosperous realms of the world like Egypt and in Mesopotamia. These blessed realms are so prosperous that they will have a chief builder position in their council that is entirely tasked with achieving a situation that allows for all relevant family members to be buried. You can create new burial spots and enlarge existing ones, but over the long time span of the mod might find that your dynasty has filled up what basically amounts to cities of the dead. There will also be lasting benefits. The burial sites will generate renown as they brand your lands and your people with the mark of your dynasty. Personally, I did not see a feature like this one coming at all, but the dedication of the modders to bring this degree of immersion into CK3 has impressed me beyond belief. And basically, we could call it a day here, right? These are some massive upcoming upgrades for the Bronze Age mod, but we're not quite at the end yet. Before we can wrap this section up, we have to talk about cults. Faith in this time period differed from faiths in CK3's medieval era. Many regions followed a common pantheon, for example the Kemetic pantheon, but then focused on one specific protection deity that they pledged themselves to. Until now, this mod has not supported any of this, but things are changing. The Bronze Age mod will be introducing a cult system. The first pharaoh of the 17th dynasty, Nesut-Vered-Rahotep, followed the cult of Amun, the god of the sun and the air. Amun historically was revered in Waset, also known as Thebes, and would later on become the primary deity of the old Egyptian faith thanks to the power of the city itself. These cults function as children of the primary faith, so in this case the Kemetic faith, and the power of a cult can vex and wane quite dynamically. While cults generally share the tenets and doctrines of their parent faith, they can differ in their cult-specific practices, and boom, now this is an interface, isn't it? Let's quickly take a look at how it will roughly work. A cult can have up to 4 different practices that give a variety of bonuses and define what makes a cult truly unique. These practices can be chosen by cult patrons as soon as a cult has accumulated enough splendor. Splendor can be accumulated by patron contributions to the cult's wealth and by the overall development of a cult's provinces. This is to emulate that the commoners of course would also be donating to the cult's organization. A cult that is supported by rich patrons will be able to grow ever stronger as you can, that way, unlock a higher soft cap for cult provinces. Basically, maintaining a cult in many territories is difficult, but a cult such as the cult of Amun benefits from both being rich and from being a state cult. This means that converting up to 16 provinces to the cult of Amun is possible without any drawbacks. On the other hand, the cult of Herishaf has only reached the first splendor level, making it so that, for now, it will be difficult to convert any further provinces. There is so much meat to the topic of cults. For example, a character can sponsor cults even if they are not a member of it. After all, having regional practices was much more widely accepted in antiquity than, for example, in the Middle Ages. A wealthy cult will also mean that the region of your realm is more likely to grow fat and wealthy, allowing you to tax them even more. The roleplay opportunities of this system are endless and will help you to go all in on the topic of playing an especially pious or an especially religiously intolerant character. After all, cults can also be destroyed. Now, I sadly have to tell you that I do not have any information on the topic of when this update will be released, so make sure to join the Discord to keep up with the latest development progress. Their work on this version of the mod is most certainly worth it. Well folks, And there you have it. Long time no see. Bronze Age Mayanu was very, very quiet for a long time there. But I think we can all see that it was utterly worth it. The additions that come with the cult, the tombs, I mean, I gotta tell you, that is a crazy amount of work right there. But this was only the first mod that we have here for today's showcase. I got a couple more, let's phrase it like that. Today, we're going to continue. Again, the last one will be Elder Kings 2. But now, I got something for you that came out of nowhere, I think, for most people just a couple of months ago and made Republics playable. That mod is called Res Publica. Let's take a look.
Hello, I am the Gib. I'm here to announce Caden's upcoming update to Res Publica, Vox Populi. Families have been expanded with 3 new interactions. Propaganda campaigns to improve your standing amongst others in the upcoming election at the cost of your treasury. Glove slap your rivals in the court of public opinion with smear campaigns. Or add patricians to your back pocket at the cost of the plebeians' feelings to gain the upper hand in congressional matters. Elections will no longer feel static, with the top 5 House picks becoming the electees in the final vote. This vote will tally up each elector's respect towards the electees, with houses that failed to get the coveted position choosing their pick via opinion, stats, or simply the vibes of the electee. Republics will now have access to governorships for their excess titles. These will not require a vote of approval to hand out. These governors will have an effectiveness rating, with high percentages giving a buff to the held counties, or low ratings giving a debuff. With every county given to a governor, their ability to govern the province will lower. A new form of republic governance has been added with 2 parliamentary houses. The 2 houses will be the Senate and the House of Commons. The patricians of the republic make up the Senate and get equal representation with their vote. The House of Commons is made up of each county you control that meets citizenship requirements. Each county gets a portion of their vote in relationship to their development. Each house can be entrusted with different abilities under your laws. Who can you trust to aid with your decisions? Your rivals or those beneath you? Or maybe take the power as your own? Citizenship can be determined through the cultures, faiths, or which counties are actually under your rightful rule. I hope you enjoy what is to come with Vox Populi in about a week from today's announcement.
Well, there you have it. Coming very, very soon. The Res Publica update that adds that much. I hope that you're excited, because I think that this is an awesome project and a very, very high quality project. The work that has gone into that is just outstanding, both mechanics and UI-wise. And again, update coming very, very soon. Now, that was great and all, right? But you know what we're missing? I think right now, I think what we're missing is a bit of Ireland, you know? I haven't had... I don't even know what the Irish eat, but I haven't had insert Irish dish in a long time. Why don't we check out the mod that really, really conquered the hearts? I was blown away when I made a video on it. It's an outstanding mod. It gathered over 100,000 views in no time whatsoever. It is, of course, the one and only Tales of Ireland. Let's check it out.
Hello, ModCon visitor, or as they say in Ireland, Diachwich. I am Hutma, lead developer of Tales of Ireland, and together with our map painter Snow, we are going to give you an overview of the mod and present the 2 updates the mod has received. Tales of Ireland is a mod inspired by Irish folklore and mythology, and in particular, the Book of Invasion. The mod aims to provide a new way to experience Crusader Kings 3, featuring a dynamic cattle system that replaces development, 2 new focus-less lifestyles, a High King title with unique succession and mechanics, and major changes to succession, war, and domain management. We also aim to provide a harder experience for the player and prevent kingdoms and empires from expanding too much. As a general modding philosophy, we focus primarily on general mechanics rather than on key characters. Manage your family, lend your sons, fight off invasions, grow your herd, and become High King. You will need to rule well to achieve all these goals while preventing a succession from breaking your realm apart. The cattle system of Tales of Ireland replaces the development system of the base game. Each county, instead of a development value, has a cattle value ranging from 0 to 100. Having a large herd in your counties will grant great levy and tax bonuses to them, significantly more than the development system of the base game. The cattle value in your counties will constantly evolve. Events will regularly present dilemmas related to your cattle, and you will need to make important choices and sacrifices to maintain your herd. Cattle can also be gained through a new casus belli, the cattle rate. You can use this CB on any neighbor, and winning will bring home 1/3 of their herd. Additionally, after a holding is sieged, or after a succession, cattle may go missing amid the chaos. Keep an eye on your herd. In Ireland, your cows are as valuable as gold. The second major update for Tales of Ireland is the invading flavor update. First off, to keep your playthroughs interesting through the mid and end game, we have added several invasions and enhanced the already present E-Brazilian invasion. The E-Brazilian invasion has been strengthened to have more impact and happen earlier. Will you be able to fight off the adventurous armies of the E-Brazilians? We then have the rise of the Fianna. The Fianna were mercenaries in ancient Ireland, and in the mod they will gain in power until they rise and try to conquer land for themselves. This invasion will be composed of several local invasions and one major one, led by Cumhall, the legendary father of Finn McCool. To avoid getting attacked, rulers can give a tribute of gold to the Fianna, but capitulation will tarnish a ruler's glory. Last but not least, 2 lost Roman legions will find the island and try to impose their law during the Roman era. They will come with mighty armies, unique men-at-arms, and the possibility to construct buildings like aqueducts and coliseums. They will also be able to build a Roman road that goes from northern to southern Ireland, bringing with it the movement speed, development, and taxes that one will expect from the Romans. Along with these invasions, the update brings new cattle events, new decisions, and more flavor, like the ability to become a wolfwalker and new schemes focused around poisoning your rival's cattle. I hope you will enjoy our work and love for Ireland and look forward to presenting even more content in the future. Slan!
The latest release to Tales of Ireland introduces Mannin, or as it's known today, the Isle of Man. This update takes us away from the shores of the Emerald Isle, over the ocean and onto a new land, which in our timeline has found itself on the brink of war. Resting in the middle of the sea between Ireland and Britain, Mannin has attracted settlers and conquerors from both its neighbours and further afield, and has become a battleground of faiths, cultures, and families. The Mannin update introduces a new bookmark specifically focused on the island, as well as new special holdings, cultures, decisions, and more. Ambitious rulers may choose to begin their conquest by consulting the gods at the Balahara stone, granting a divine claim on another part of the island. Though long divided, a particularly strong ruler may even be able to reunite the island under one single kingdom. The Isle of Man is also our first completed piece of painted terrain, and sets the standard for what we hope to soon achieve across all of Ireland and beyond. We hope that you enjoy the Mannin update, and wish you good luck in your conquest of the island.
So that was Tales of Ireland. And if that isn't impressive, then I don't know what is. People love Tales of Ireland for how absolutely inventive and for how disastrously small everything is, basically. It's incredible. It is an insanely fun mod. It has some new systems like the cattle system. Man is coming. I hope that you are as excited as I am for it. Now, this brings us, and we're early here, because basically, there's a lot on the tail. We're not technically early. What I mean to say is that there's one segment that is quite long. But that segment is the last one, Elder Kings 2. And before that, we still got 2 other mods. And believe me, I think both of those are going to make a lot of people happy. The first mod, oh well, you know, honestly, I'm super excited for the reaction for the first mod that we're going to go into now. Because this is a mod, the second, okay, listen, let me gather my thoughts. We got 3 mods coming. One is Elder Kings 2, we know this. This is the last one. The other one that is like right before Elder Kings 2, I'm like, people love that mod already. They're gonna just love it more, right? But the first one that is coming right now will be, how do I say? None of you, 0 of you, would know what this is. Like, listen, you don't even need to guess. I see so many. I see so much in there. But listen to me. We have amazing mods coming, just for the record, like in the other main shows. But this mod is something else, okay? Why don't we just take a good look at it, yeah? Why don't we just check out what this is all about? Have fun with the Tavern of Sin.
It's always about some noble. What do they know? They were born into power. They don't know what it takes. What I had to do. Look, I found something. It's time for a new form of government. A new way of doing things. This is going to get us out of this.
Calm.
This place is going to shit. No offense.
Of course.
But it's time to get out of this town.
It sounds expensive.
I got something else that will get us started. I already paid for your silence.
Maintaining your secrets is stressful.
Perhaps death is less stressful.
Welcome to the Tavern of Sin.
Hey everybody, I'm Castox and I'm the creator of Tavern of Sin. Tavern of Sin is a story-based mod that takes place in 867 BC in the county of Naxios. The mod itself runs at a slow pace. It follows the life of a single character opposed to usual dynasty runs that take place in CK3. In fact, you can probably play it without pausing it. It roughly takes about 30 seconds for a day to complete. The time was purposely slowed down because the amount of story cycles, decision making, and mechanics included within the mod. One of those mechanics, as you saw at the end of the trailer, is cutscenes. This is my take on events. With real-time decisions, interactive backgrounds, and voice acting, I hope to add a more immersive experience. For this same reason, most of the interfaces will be full screen. The mod itself will have multiple mechanics. Some of those are rackets. It's important to note that you don't need to run all the rackets. You can choose to specialize in 1 or 2 things, whatever you're comfortable managing until you get the hang of things. The reason I say this is because the money does not magically populate. You have to put the money in for these schemes or these rackets to continue. If you put up the money for a racket and you lose that bit of money due to some bad business, you might go broke very quickly. For this reason, there is tracking for each racket and a position appointed on your council to track that racket. You can choose to do this on your own, or you can trust in your appointment. Only members that are part of your criminal family are allowed to sit on tavern-specific positions within your council. Choosing people correctly to join your family is essential. Once they're in, there's only one way out. A good gambling manager or pit boss is going to notify you of potential losses, quick losses, and any big fish that might come into your tavern. Aside from the gambling, there are several other rackets, such as brothels, heists, trafficking, bribes, and blackmail. Bribes and blackmail work together to remove heat from your organization. The heat mechanic works pretty much as you would expect. The more things you are into, the more visibility you garner, the more problems you're going to have. The heat bar will be located on the right side of the screen and will indicate who is close to coming after you. It's important to use bribes to reduce the heat. Each racket is going to have its own mini game within the mechanic itself. So ensure that you start off slow and then build yourself up. For instance, if you manage a brothel, you might want to take into account that you can't just recruit anybody. In fact, looks are important in brothels and are reflected so within the mechanic. Where is the mod now? I started the mod back on version 1.2.1 and I took a break for a while. I have picked it back up on 1.4.2 and I look forward to releasing before the end of the year.
Well, there you have it. The master of 3D nonsense work, as I say, not in a mean way, but the master of 3D work in the CK3 modding community has set out to make his own mod. What a world. What a world, isn't it? This is still Crusader Kings 3. I really feel like it needs to be said. Now, we got 2 mods that are still coming. One of them is called Elder Kings 2. You may have heard of it. It's a little unknown mod, basically. The other mod, you may have heard about as well. Quite well liked. A lot of people love the idea. A lot of people love what's going on there. A lot of people like to play it. We are, of course, well, in this case, talking about the Fallen Eagle. And I think it's time that you get to enjoy it much like I did.
Brennus, the Gaulish chieftain, and an agreement was arrived, by which 1,000 pounds of gold was fixed as the ransom of a people destined ere long to rule the world. This humiliation was great enough as it was, but it was aggravated by the despicable meanness of the Gauls, who produced unjust weights, and when the tribune protested, the insolent Gaul threw his sword into the scale with an exclamation intolerable to Roman ears. Woe to the vanquished. Hello everyone, this is Julie from the Fallen Eagles developer team, and I will be talking about our upcoming update codenamed Pendragon. Upon the release of our mod's pre-alpha version, we chose to host an Easter egg hunt, and whoever found said Easter egg within the mod would get to choose the topic for the Fallen Eagle's next update. In this case, the winner wanted us to focus on the Celts, so we got to work on that almost immediately. Our primary focus, of course, was on the British Isles, home to the last of the independent Celtic tribes. Seeing as Britannia was never fully Romanized, we made it so that the primary two cultures were native Britons, which you can find in modern Wales, Cumbria and Cornwall, as well as on the tip of the Armorican Peninsula. On the other hand, the Romanized population is represented by Romano-Briton culture, which is mainly present on the east of the Isle. This also applies to the religious map of Roman Britain, as most rulers either adhere to Brythonic Druidism, Celto-Hellenic syncretism, a combination of Druidism and Hellenic polytheism, and both Nicene and Pelagian Christianity on a vastly smaller scale. The last truly independent Celts were not the Britons, but rather their distant cousins, the Gaels in Hibernia and the Picts in Caledonia. Both of these factions now possess unique cultures, men-at-arms, and of course a distinct branch of Druidism corresponding to their heritage. On the topic of religions, the new branches of Celtic polytheism now have revised and new holy sites. Of course, in 395 the Celts were not restrained to the British Isles. Far south, in the Diocese of Hispania, some remnants of Celtic tribes dwelled on the far north of the peninsula. All of these are now represented by their own cultures and adhere to Celto-Hellenic syncretism. As for decisions, many give the player the opportunity to restore Celtic sovereignty, as one can choose to reclaim Britain from the Romans, found the Kingdom of Brittany, restore the Kingdom of Gaul, or create the new Kingdom of Cantabria. Other decisions include the ability to bend the swords of your enemies, restore the authority of the Druidic priesthood, or revive the city of Alesia as a great city for Gaul. With Western Rome on the crucible of decline and collapse, the Celtic tribes could take the chance to restore their homelands and culture that were otherwise destroyed or suppressed by the Roman Empire. How will you direct the Celtic world under your dynasty? And speaking of the world, you didn't think the Celts would be the only thing getting updated now, did you?
And there you go. That must have been everything for the Fallen Eagle. Oh, well, no, wait. I think if I press this button, maybe there's gonna be more Fallen Eagle? Let's find out.
Hey everyone, this is Ancient Conqueror, and I will be covering something special for the Fallen Eagle. Now, this is something we have kept secret from the community for quite a while now, but I am proud to unveil the second update that will come along with Pendragon, the Atlas update. The Atlas update is an expansion for the Fallen Eagle that brings back much of the vanilla map in a way that greatly expands the possibilities and immersion of the Dark Ages. West Africa will be added into the world map once more, made up of numerous tribes and only Ghana as the singular kingdom in the region, given that sources and maps show they were present by the early 400s. In the deserts of the Sahara, the Amazigh tribes have been completely revamped to readjust their borders and to add new tribes by the likes of Musalamia and Tuareg. With Central Asia fully reworked, the Kidarites, Xiongnu, and Magyars dominate the steppes, only facing the Rouran Empire to the east as a potential foe. Tibet has also been fully reworked to be made up of Zhangzhong kingdoms and tribes, with the newly added kingdom of Kashmir just lying on its doorsteps alongside the reworked city-states of the Tavern Basin. It is also with this update that the borders of the Sassanid Empire have been fully reworked to be more historically accurate and to make way for the Lakhmids. Alongside the Japhanids, Armenians, and Albanians, these four entities will now serve as client states to both the Sassanid and Eastern Roman empires through the addition of the tributary system, where a state maintains its independence but still has to bear the burden of offering service to their suzerains. Far into the north, the Baltic tribes and some southern Scandinavian tribes have been introduced. With Prussia revamped, we have included other tribes such as the early Lithuanians, the Sudovians, Sclavenians, Latvians, Curonians, and the Finnic Livonians. And of course, we added two major changes to the height map of the mod, the first being the Canal of the Pharaohs, as it was still fairly active even into the Roman Empire's later stages, and the other being the reworked sea borders of Flanders and Frisia. Since St. Mary's flood hadn't happened until the 1200s, the region will look vastly different compared to its vanilla look in order to achieve some extra historical accuracy. Seeing as all of this provides more opportunities for a Dark Ages playthrough, we hope you will enjoy the unexpected surprise that is the Atlas update.
Both Pendragon and Atlas are available today. I hope you like the expansions as we do, and make sure to join our Discord for future updates. Also, keep an eye out for the talented mod teams and their exciting segments later today. Thank you.
Folks, let me just, in case it didn't come across, this update is out right now. You can go and play it. Don't do it now, because there's gonna be a big thing going on, okay? Elder Kings 2 is the next one. We all know it, we all love it. But it's out right now. Yeah. Isn't that incredible? Great work by all the teams so far behind this. It's absolutely crazy. But there's one more mod. No, wait, before I say that, I just want to say a huge thank you to every single person that donated so far. We have reached 118% of the goal. That means $1,180. Folks, thank you so much. I do want to say it again, every penny counts. If you want to donate to Autismus Mittelfranken, we have reached... I never do this, okay? I never do this. But I appreciate it, folks. Thank you, Eric, in particular. Thank you all so much. And I think it's time that I stop teasing you. I've seen this. Pretty sure you're gonna like it. But let's find out about it. The next mod is the highlight of the evening. It was scheduled as what it is. The only mod named before the stream started. It is Elder Kings 2. And there's some stuff to reveal. Oh, there's some stuff to reveal, folks. Let's take a look at it, shall we? Let's take a good look.
Hi everyone, I'm Druzhnik. How awesome was that trailer? Oh, I'm very, very excited. And I'm here with Thane and Le Singe Affamé, and I think they will be able to introduce themselves to us.
Hey everyone, I'm Le Singe Affamé, one of the two developers of Elder Kings 2 that you can meet today. I'm mainly focusing on content, such as religion, culture, and all that stuff. And I'm today with Thane.
Yeah, I'm Thane. I'm also a developer for Elder Kings 2, and I'm working mostly on maps-related stuff, on titles, and a little bit of everything.
So I am very, very, very excited about this mod, let me tell you. And I have questions, so many. But let's start with the obvious question that everybody will have, which is, will there be dragons?
Not as characters, and for the time being, not as 3D models, because we're a little bit limited on those people. But some say a powerful dragonborn ruler can summon a dragon to fight in the wars. So we'll have some dragons, yes.
Okay, and does that mean that there will also be dragonborn?
So the second era where the mod takes place is defined by the absence of dragonborn rulers on the Ruby Throne of Cyrodiil. However, there might still be some dragonborns around, waiting for their chance to reclaim a throne that dynasty lost centuries ago. So expect to see less dragonborns than in Elder Kings 1.
Okay, so I guess we are in the second era, so it's the same as in Elder Kings 1. Which bookmarks will be available at release?
Just like in Elder Kings 1, Elder Kings 2 will also feature the Interregnum start date, which takes place in the 450th year of the Interregnum. And however, there will be also another start date set in 440, so 10 years before that, and it is called Warlord Rising, which features some bigger rounds, although those are already in decline, and some narrative story events, as opposed to the more shattered scenario in Interregnum.
Sounds really good. And Elder Kings 1 features various continents apart from Tamriel. Which ones will we get to play on in Elder Kings 2?
The mod will be released with Tamriel and Yakuda playable. We plan on adding other continents later on, but for now those are the two we're focusing on.
And which races can we then play?
So Elder Scrolls games usually have 10 playable races. That's one from each province plus orcs. But there's many more intelligent races in Tamriel, and we're trying to make as many of them as possible playable. Some were included in Elder Kings 1, like the Sayaski, the Reachfolk, the Yakudans, and the Chimera. But we're also adding some races that weren't in Elder Kings 1, like playable goblins. They look super cute, but also dangerous at the same time. The silver-skinned Kutringi of Blackmarsh, and also the Lil Mothit. That's a fox-like beast people that is also from Blackmarsh.
Ooh, those sound very interesting to me, but also the cute goblins. I want to see the cute goblins. But my favorite race of all time are the Khajiit. How are they handled, and how are the Argonians handled?
Both of those are actually fully 3D modeled, so they will use the same ethnicity and DNA system as all the other characters in Crusader Kings 3. And so we will see a lot of variation over the generations, but also that the children of parents look like their parents actually.
Okay. I'm not sure if this is a question for Sanj, but the way that you handle races, is that in any way changed as opposed to how you did it in Elder Kings 1?
So instead of being tied to static cultural graphics as in CK2, the mod uses the CK3 system where children get featured from both parents. So the kid of a rich folk and an Orsimer might look a lot like a rich folk, but with slight tusks to reflect their mixed heritage. And to this end, the race traits have been completely discarded. So there is no specific Altmer race, for example, or a specific Imperial or Cyrodiilic race. These race traits have been completely discarded. And so we just flag some specific physiologies. For example, Khajiit can only have children with other Khajiits. That's all. But otherwise, we just don't keep track of race at all.
Okay, so we cannot mix Khajiit with Argonians.
Nope, we can't. Argonians
can't-
can only get killed with other Argonians.
No genetic experiments.
Nope, sorry, forbidden.
So let me ask you a culture question. Which unique mechanics have you added how to simulate how cultures interact in the world of Tamriel?
So probably the biggest change is that now cultures are tied to nativity regions. So what this means is that both in CK2 and especially in Elder Kings, what you could do is that you could have all of Tamriel being only populated by, say, Bretons. From the tip of Genumbra to the deep end of Argonia, everyone and everything could be Breton. While this may please some people, this doesn't really reflect how Tamriel works. As from the start of our timeline, so during the Interregnum, and the end of our timeline, so around the beginning of the Third Era, the cultural map hasn't changed so much. Each culture is assigned at least one nativity region. So say the Colovians, for example, can very easily live in the Colovian Highlands, but they will have great difficulty ruling over the rich. Some cultures can somewhat bypass this restriction. They are defined as nomadic. For example, the Orsimer, which especially just at the start of the Interregnum, they lost Orsinium, a very great city, and as such, they tend to go about everywhere. You can see some in High Rock, in Skyrim, in Cyrodiil, about everywhere. The goblins also are set as nomadic, and the Buell, which are a Breton culture, which is tied a lot to horses. They spend their life on horseback and just go about everywhere. So for them, they can more easily move around. They use a special casus belli to do so, and they can very easily, or rather somewhat easily, settle in a place, even if they're not part of it. Even if this place is not set as one of their nativity regions, but they can also very easily be displaced. It's quite easily for a Colovian ruler to just expel the Orsimer in a place and install their own people there. Cultures within a certain cultural group can be revived or created should you hold some of their ancestral land. For example, if an Altmer ruler were to conquer part of Amafel, namely the Alekir Desert or the Abyssian region, which is Yusbane and some island, they could revive the ancestral culture of the Corellania clan, which were an ancient Altmer clan which ruled over some part of the Alekir. So this makes it so that an Altmer ruler can, if they are, for example, Alinori, they can very easily rule over Alinor. But if they were to expand and conquer part of Amafel, they would have to revive the Corellania culture. Otherwise, they would have to rule over Yokudans, which would be a bit harder for them.
Right. That sounds really cool. So if we compare Elder Kings 2 to Elder Kings 1, which features of Elder Kings 1 are you keeping in Elder Kings 2? And are there any mechanics that you are going to be using a little bit differently in Elder Kings 2 as opposed to 1?
From what I can remember, there isn't really any feature we just want to throw away. Some are changed, like the culture conversion, but otherwise it should be mostly the same. What we wanted to tweak a bit were two very well-known features, namely the magic system and the Daedric worship system. The first one, the magic system, was using character interactions and decision within decision, which was a bit difficult to manage, both for the player and for the AI. It was impossible for the AI to use magic. And the Daedric worship system was using the off-map power from Jet Dragon, which were locked behind Jet Dragon and as such could not be used by everyone. So we want to bring both of the systems to EK2 and give them the proper the proper interface they need. As CK3 allows for a much greater modability, especially for the interface, we have a lot more freedom, creative freedom to implement those systems.
Okay, so let's dive into those two, the magic and the Daedric worship. How will magic work in Elder Kings 2?
Okay, so magic casting is initiated through a character interaction in the magic category. Whom exactly can be targeted by the interaction is not finalized, but it will likely be a bit restricted compared to EK1. While EK1 allows you to basically cast any spell on anyone, with CK2 we want to be a bit more specific about who you can target. So obviously, spellcaster characters like powerful mages can cast a lot of spells, but for those who do not have access to any magic, they can rely on a court mage to level a bit the playing field and allow even those who are not magically inclined to cast some basic spells. Currently, spells are divided between the schools of conjuration, destruction, alteration, illusion, restoration, and necromancy. We don't have plans to add any of the legacy schools of magic like mysticism or thaumaturgy. They just don't really fit anymore. How to use how to unlock spells? This much is locked behind a series of perks. There are for now 5 perks per school in the new magic lifestyle system. So if you want to cast some basic restoration spell, you would have to put 1 perk in the restoration tree. If you want to cast great conjuration spells, you have to invest a lot of time in conjuration and a lot of perks in its tree. Necromancy is a bit special as it's also tied to crimes, so it's handled differently. We are not yet exactly sure how, but it's coming with just a bit special. Each spell has 4 attributes: its level, how powerful it is, its cost, how much magicka you will have to spend, if it is province or character based, if you want to cast, say, a Great Fireball on the province, or if you want to cast a healing spell on a character, and if it is hostile or not hostile. If it is a fireball, it will be hostile. If it is a healing spell, it will be
friendly.
Friendly, thank you. In Elder Kings 1, your magical ability was tied to your learning, because CK2 just did not really allow to have custom stats. In Elder Kings 2, however, magic is now tied to your aptitude. Aptitude is mostly similar to prowess. It represents a character's accumulated experience and practice in the magical arts, and a character's maximum magicka and magicka regeneration rates are now both governed by aptitude and not learning anymore. One of the weaknesses of the magical system in Elder Kings 1 was that the AI could just not use it. It was too deep, too difficult, and too clunky to use. We want the AI to use spells in Elder Kings 2. We want the AI to be able to weaken a castle under siege, or to heal themselves if they're injured. This is still in planning design stage, so don't expect it to be completely ready soon. But it's in the works. Proactive use, so the AI being able to predict what it will have to use. Like if he wants to go into war, the AI should use a spell boosting its martial, for example. That's we can't know if it will ever be possible.
I wonder if the position of court mage with the abilities that it brings will make it easier for the AI to use the magic. That would be interesting to see.
Possible. We're still earlier in the design process, so it's a bit too early to say what we will be able to do. But yeah, it's part of the plan. Hopefully one day we will be able to do.
So we'll see. And how about Daedric worship? How will that work?
So as I said, in Elder Kings 1, Daedric worship used the Jet Dragon interface, the off-map power, so the Chinese Empire in vanilla. It was quite good for a CK3 interface. It was very, very useful. It really worked for what we wanted to do. So which was which was nice. So in Elder Kings 2, we currently use a new sidebar window So you know you have your realm, your army, your vassals, and so on. And at the bottom you have what we call the patron window. Opening up with this window will show you all the Daedric princes that you can interact with. Each prince, as in CK2, has a power and an influence status. So a prince can be very, very weakened, but still willing to interact with Nirn, or he can be very powerful, but very isolated and not willing to deal with mortals. Who you can worship is based both on your faith and on your character. Each faith has a set of each faith has a specific opinion about each of the 16 Daedric princes, and faith that consider a prince part of their pantheon will by default allow you to interact with them. If your faith does not consider a prince part of its pantheon, you will have to seek them out or stumble upon them randomly. For example, if you are under stress, you might hear a Daedric prince whisper in your mind and push you towards their worship. If a prince is considered shunned or criminal, this might be a bit dangerous. For example, if you were to be contacted by Marinus Dagon while part of the tribunal cult, it could lead you to be a potential criminal, as Marinus Dagon is obviously hated by the tribunal temple. It's easier to interact with a prince if their worship is allowed, but it might be a bit advantageous to worship a prince that is forbidden if this prince can grant you immense power. For example, Marinus Dagon is known to struggle with mortals if they want to conquer stuff. Morlach Bal could grant you vampirism. Yasin could grant you lycanthropy and so on. What kind of boons you can get depends on both their power. The more powerful a prince, the more stuff they can give you, and about how you worship them. So if you worship them in secret, you can't. You can have some basic boons, but if you want to say launch a devastating invasion of Terroyal, you will have to openly worship this prince. As in CK2, interacting with a prince requires ardor, which is a resource that you get when you do stuff that a prince likes. If you sacrifice, for example, someone, you can decide to sacrifice them in the name of Boethia. Boethia will like it, and if you do it enough, she might decide to grant you boons, artifacts, or even allow you to invade Nirn in their name.
I think I will be playing around with the Daedric worship a lot.
We hope so.
Can we enter the Plains of Oblivion?
Nope, it's not possible. You might interact with them in events. For example, currently the worshippers of Shogorath have a special tenet where they can basically a ruler can decide to pack up their things and leave. It will make them abdicate, and they will travel to the Shivering Isles. But that's it. You can't play in the Plains of Oblivion. They're not on the map. They're not there. There might be reference, but that's it.
And Thane, in what languages will the mod be available?
Well, it's of course developed in English, but there's an ongoing translation effort to also make it available in German. But we can't say if that will be the case for release.
I can also add that there is an ongoing effort to translate it in French, which will start a bit after ModCon. But again, we still don't know if it will be ready for the release.
And if anybody is interested in helping it translate into other languages, are you open to that?
Of course. It's keep in mind that it's a lot of work, and you will need to have someone on the dev team that speaks the language that you want to translate in help you with the translation effort. But it's maybe a bit early now to have a lot of teams working on a translation. But once the mod is a bit more ready, yes, it would be cool to have everyone, no matter the language, be able to enjoy Elder Kings 2.
And speaking of ready, when is the mod going to release?
We don't know. Honestly, we don't know. We want the mod to be ready, whatever that means. We want the player to have a complete experience the first time they open the mod. That's what we want. As some of you might know, the map has been mostly done, but we still have a lot of work to do. So don't expect a release anytime soon. We will tell you when it's ready, but for now, we have no idea when the mod will be available.
So where can we track progress of the mod and find more information about it and know when it's ready to launch?
The best place for that is probably our Discord, and we're also on Paradox forums. But if you want a nice overview video, One Proud Bavarian did one development showcase some time ago, so you can definitely check that out.
Great, thank you very much. So Discord, everybody, and OPB's channel. Thank you very much, Thane and Le Singe Affamé, for this interview, and good luck on all the work you're doing. Let's go back to OPB.
Well, and there you go. That was Elder Kings 2. We're going to have the best depiction of Tamriel to ever be in any video game. We're going to have an amazing Imperial City. If the Imperial City of that trailer doesn't blow you away, you have no heart. Now, this was the last of the main event show. Reminder that tomorrow we're going to have After the End and many other mods, much like today, in the main show. And then on the day after we have a Game of Thrones. Now, I will inform you of two things right now before we get to the last panel of today. That if you want to join any of the mods that you have seen here, if there's anything that you want to take a look at, you know, anything that was in the show and so on, then I can simply tell you that you can go and, you know, follow the link up that is on the ModCon description page right over there. And there you will find Discord links to most of the mods. Again, Warhammer is still missing, but it will come. I will also inform you that we have gathered so far an unbelievable 1,301 euro for Autismus Mittelfranken that we selected as a mod, you know, collective, as the people working on this. I want to say thank you to all of you. It's absolutely incredible. And I will be I'll be linking the link to where you can donate once more. Of course, every penny counts, meaning that even though we reached the goal that I thought was basically the 3-day goal, you know how it is, everything else is still very much appreciated. Now, with all of that out of the way though, there is still one more panel, and Voltaire is screaming for it. Today we're gonna have the design philosophy panel that includes, for example, Elder Kings, Way of Kings, and a Game of Thrones designers talking about what they do, how they develop the game, and how it all works. This is the last panel for today. I'm gonna say goodnight to you after this one, but we will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. Well, actually, it's gonna be a different YouTube link, right? Because YouTube streams don't work. You know, listen, just check out. There's gonna be a scheduled link. Let's do design philosophy.
Hello and welcome everybody. I am Dobson and this is the ModCon Modding Design Philosophy Challenge. Not challenge, this is the panel, sorry. Where we will discuss what goes into designing a mod for Crusader Kings 3. With me I have some of the top team leads and designers of some choice mods from the CK3 community. And without further ado, who wants to introduce themselves? Perhaps Hatma?
Okay, I'll go first. So I'm Hatma. I'm the lead modder of Tales of Ireland. We have quite a small team. Well, lately it has grown quite a lot, and it's a total conversion mod based on Irish mythology.
All right. Next up, let's go with Voltaire, or Sir Voltaire the Gold Flame.
Hello, I'm Sir Voltaire the Gold Flame, and I'm one of the developers for CK3, A Game of Thrones. I mostly manage just like general administration, organizing, and then religions. So, yeah.
let's go with Singe.
Hi everyone, so I'm Singe, I'm part of the Elder Kings 2 dev team. I'm kind of lead designer on almost everything, from religions to cultures to general content. I've been part of Elder Kings since like 2 years ago. First joined with Elder Kings 1, and now I'm part of Elder Kings 2 since the beginning.
All right, good. Let's go with Wrench.
Hello, I'm Ranch. I'm one of the lead devs from the Fallen Eagle, and I work mostly on design proposing and actually making the mechanics.
All right. Penultimately, Thane T from the Elder Kings 2.
Hello, I'm Thane, and I'm currently a developer for Elder Kings 2, and I'm mostly doing title and bookmark design things at the moment. And I'm also the annoying voice telling people if something is according to law or breaking it.
Right. And finally, as I said, I am Thompson. I am the lead developer of The Way of Kings total conversion. Well, I say lead, right now I'm mostly a solo modder for it. I also contribute as a scripter for Game of Thrones, and I can usually be found at the modding co-op and answering questions in the tech support channels there. So, I'm going to start out by showing you guys something, because let's be honest, we're no strangers to mods. You know the script and the UI. But the design philosophy is what I'm thinking of. Not just explaining what we do, but also explaining why. So, I'm going to share a screen, showing off my, well, some pieces of my design philosophy. It's going to be the design philosophy that we hopefully follow for The Way of Kings. Now, as it goes with these things, that's not always going to be followed, even though we say it is. But these are the principles that when we consider have we done a good job, we compare with what's essentially written here. The first of the three main principles that we follow are the feature goals. And this is the structure of how the design philosophy is set up. We have the three types of goals for the design philosophy. We have the feature goals, we have the implementation goals, we have the balancing goals. Arguably, we would have had a fourth, which would be the marketing goals, but we haven't really expanded on those beyond what you will see towards the end of this slide. So for the first off, we have the feature goals, which are based on the design philosophy of the author of the book for which our mod is designed. They're also called Sanderson's Laws of Magic. They're basically boiled down to give your feature the depth to be satisfying to use. That's what it all boils down to. If you have to choose between something that's useful but doesn't feel very good, let's say if Gandalf in the Lord of the Rings just shows up and banishes all the knowledge, the more engaging it can be to reach that point. That's essentially the gist of what these laws of magic mean. I find that they work equally well for writing science fiction and fantasy, as they were originally intended, as they do for feature design in a game like CK3. The second point is the implementation goals. Those are how do you actually go about attacking a specific problem in terms of implementing it into code or script in our case. So the principles here mostly just go over saying, don't screw yourself over by deciding something that becomes a pain point later on. If you can make a system that's reusable, try to make that. Experiment even with things that you don't need, so that you can understand what the limitations are further down the line. And at least for me, I also find it very, very motivating to have side projects. So for instance, if I made Tetris, which has nothing to do with CK3, but the experience that I gained from making Tetris as a mod in CK3 allows me to go back into Way of Kings and now have an entirely new toolbox where I can make GUIs on the fly very rapidly because of what was necessary in order to make Tetris. So that also ties into what I say about making frameworks. If you can make a framework, you're gonna save yourself from having to do that framework job over and over again further down the line. The third point for the balancing goals is sort of specific to Crusader Kings 3. You have both the fact that you can fall into a trap as a modder very often where, since you want people to use your feature, you make that feature very motivating to use effectively. You make it strong, you make it so that you can assume that a player playing optimally will choose to use your feature. Now, if you do that, you end up risking some power creep in there. So generally, you want to at least provide some optional difficulty scaling so that someone who's looking for a challenge can still find it. Now, it doesn't always have to be the case, but for instance, in the Way of Kings, if you use the magic system, you can become very, very powerful. If you don't use the system, you should still be able to have an interesting experience, right? So that's why we also implement a bunch of features that you won't be able to get if you choose to use the magic system. Like maybe you'll be oppressed by those who do use the magic, and you end up having very different event chains, like when you're stupid in vanilla. And we want to support both those and those tryhards who find that they need extra difficulty levels in the options menu in order to feel satisfied. So we even have something called stupid difficulty, which isn't supposed to be fun, it's just supposed to be the endpoint of the scale of difficulty. And lastly, you only get one first impression. This is what I said about the marketing goals. We had someone on the team that really thought that what you're seeing on screen right now should be what we shipped the Way of Kings with. I'm very glad we didn't, because I think if we had, the first impression would have been quite sour and people wouldn't have given us another chance to show what we can do further down the line. So what we have right now looks much better than this, but you have to draw the line in the sand somewhere. You can't perfect everything, but you should be able to make it to that level of quality where someone who is not a specialist in the field will still not be sitting there thinking that they could do it better. So you should probably do a better job than what we did here. And yeah, this is what I call the marketing goals. If we had such a thing as marketing goals, this would go on it. Other mods may find this to be a much more important thing because they want to grow their user base or so on and so forth. So this is all I really had prepared for the slides. And now we can start talking more about how you guys approach the design process. So I have prepared some questions as well that now can serve as a bit of a kickoff point for our discussions when it comes to design. So first off, it's always nice to know how aware are you of your own design? Do you have a design document? Do you confer with the design document, or do you just have a sense of what your team has in mind for your mod? Does anyone want to kick off talking about that? Perhaps Voltaire, you frag a bit?
Sure, I'll go first. So the awareness of design for Game of Thrones is a bit, it's a little unique because we have a very popular predecessor that we have to build upon. So a lot of the time, the way we approach like designing or adding features to the CK3 version of the mod is going, one, was this in the CK2 version? And if it was, then it's going to go in. Then the question is, does it need reworked, or can it be like ported over? So for example, something we've already revealed, Mega Wars, they're not necessarily being reworked, but they're being improved. They're being cleaned up. There's going to be a GUI system and they can be a lot more interactive than they were before. And already in CK2, Mega Wars were one of the best features of the Game of Thrones. So that's there's that. And then another way we approach design is this is more the half that I handle because I'm a heavy role player focus when I play CK. A lot of other people, they might be more for specifically, oh, I want to build the best Kingdom. What I'm more about, I want to have fun stories because that's just what I like. So I like to go look at like Fire and Blood, World of Ice and Fire, and little snippets from the books and look for canon things that could be turned into features. One example of that is the Maiden Day Ball for Aegon III, where basically all of the possible spouse choices for the king were taken to King's Landing and presented to him. That's essentially the gist of it. That could be a very useful and fun event for people who don't want to scroll through a bunch of screens going, do I really want to marry this associate Valyrian person? You could just get them all to come to you and beg for you to marry them. So that kind of thing is what we're looking at. Improving on the prior mod and adding things that fit the setting, but also are fun and useful for players.
Absolutely, that's also sounds like it would fit in well with some of the things that Vanilla does, right? And they have that Tinder event, kindling a new flame or whatever, where you swipe left and swipe right in the GUI for Game of Thrones, in the GUI for Crusader Kings, and sounds a bit like this kind of throwing together both sense of gameplay purpose, but also a fun role-playing element.
Yes, exactly. So those kind of things, like I think generally for Game of Thrones, one of the big things we want to focus on is adding those kinds of events, a lot of gathering or visiting events, because those they're fun. They're fun when you get to have a bunch of people show up and, oops, the Baratheons killed the Wilds again. God damn it. That kind of thing.
Especially when you get to name drop all of the fan favorites from whichever of the bookmarks that you actually use, of course. And you also have plenty of those, I happen to know. So, all right. Do we want to continue perhaps with Elder Kings? Does anyone know if you want to talk about how you treat your design process?
Yep, I think I can. So with Elder Kings 2, we had two big differences compared to the first mod. First, the game changed, obviously. We went from Crusader Kings 2 to Crusader Kings 3, so we had a lot of new systems, a lot of sweeping changes, and also the universe in itself changed a lot. The first mod was made like around when Skyrim was released, so I think Elder Kings 1 was started like 8-9 years ago, and ever since we have had Elder Scrolls Online, which changed a lot of stuff. We learned a lot of things. Almost every assumption that we've had about the universe changed, and so we had to combine the feeling that you had in Elder Kings 1 with all the new stuff that you can do in CK3 and all the new stuff that we know thanks to the new lore. I can have two big examples with that. It's in Elder Kings 1, the race that your character is a part of is determined by most of the time by your mother. Each character only has one race, and it's like if you combine a Nord and a Falmer, you will only ever get one Nord or one Falmer. You can't have a kid that looks like a Nord but with Falmer ears. So that's something that we can change in CK3 because CK3 handles different ethnicities being mixed together. So we can have some rich folk around the Markarth with Orsemer tusks. That's something that we can see in CK3 that could not have been done in CK2. And that's also more accurate with what we know about the universe. In ESO, we saw some mixed race characters, I think it was one that is a red guard who also has some I think probably imperial features. Not exactly sure. So it's both. It is both more how do I say? We can show that in CK3 with the new features, and it's more accurate with the new lore. So it's a big change from the first mod, but it's also adding to do a new mod on CK3 is the time to do it. The other big change is with how we handle faith. In the early versions of Elder Kings, you had a lot of faith, or religions at the time. Unfortunately, most had to be scrapped because CK2 was not made to handle a lot of religions, or at least not as much as the first team wanted. But with CK3, we can give each faith its own identity. It's much easier to do interesting faith because the game has new features to give to any faith, and it's also much easier to add new features from with our own our own content. The first thing I did when we started modding CK3 was adding new tenets, and I've done that for like half the time I spent modding CK3, and it's really it's a blast. It's really cool to be able to show how intricate the world of the Elder Scrolls universe is faith-wise. So it's and CK3 is again CK3 does that much better than CK2.
And I've seen what you guys have been doing with both of those features, and you basically revolutionized the modding scene on your own. Once EK2 does something with species or religions, it's like the entire modding community scrambles to catch up to do something similar, or like sometimes literally just steal your GUI. Like that happens.
We asked.
Okay, fair. Borrowed, not stole.
Yeah, but that's also the goal. We also want we want the whole community to just revolutionize every aspect of the game. So it's cool to see that what we do on faith and religion, some of the people will do a similar work on like culture or buildings or whatever, and it's cool that every mod just does its best to be faithful to its universe and to just show what we can do with this new game.
Just seeing what you guys did with species really taught me like almost everything about 3D stuff that happens in Way of Kings, at least, can trace itself back to what I've learned from watching what you did with species in Elder Kings 2. The only exception would be like my first introduction to changing eye colors was something that Princess of Darkness did very early on. But then I looked at how Elder Kings did it, and I was like, this is just a better method. Like I can do so much more with this. It's really powerful what you guys have been doing. And also, it's really impressive to just see the results. Like every time you guys post a teaser on the modding co-op, like, ooh, I wonder what these guys have done. It's all this time. Oh. All right, is there anything you'd like to add to that thing, since you're on the same team?
I don't really think so, no. Just for the design process. So of course, as we have a predecessor, we always have to look back to that one, just as Game of Thrones has to do. So if we try to implement something, we take a look at, was this thing in Elder Kings 1, did it fit in the way it was implemented back then? It doesn't still fit in the new game. And what's always driving me is it law breaking, or is there an example for it in the law? And especially as Singer said, ever since the Elder Scrolls Online came out, there was a lot of things that were changed in the law or were added upon that just wasn't in Elder Kings 1. So we have a lot of things to overhaul and rework and basically also scrap.
Do you find that everyone on the team has the prerequisite knowledge, or do you find that sometimes someone has to step in to provide the necessary lore context in order to be able to do the design process justice.
No, I think most team members have a very broad knowledge of Elder Scrolls lore. Yeah.
Because I know once you get to the point of getting your lore from an MMO, you have to invest a lot of time to be able to sift through all of that information. That's a lot.
Yeah, luckily for Elder Scrolls, there is a superb encyclopedia, the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, where I'm also contributing a little bit too. So it's really useful to just being able to Google it and things popping up.
Yeah, and way of things, we actually just we took the wiki and we put it into the game. So you can just like click the Coppermine button and it'll open coppermine.net and you can search up whatever you want. That's one of the great things about currently having a browser in CK3. All right. Do we want to move on perhaps to Hatma?
So you were talking about having all the wiki being there. It's very easy to find information. For Irish mythology, it's quite the opposite. Every single piece of information is very hard to find. You have the basics is easy. It's easy because it's the simple Wikipedia research. But if you want to go further, the thing is even the sources are not very complete, and it's very hard to find very precise information. But the good thing is that we are very free in our design. We can choose, oh, we're going to do this way or this way. We're going to say in Tales of Ireland, the events went that way and not another way. And we can take this liberty without any problems. And also, Irish mythology is not it's not mainstream, like most of people don't know about it. So we have much more freedom, because I'm sure if you try to do something too different for Ways of Kings or Elder Scrolls or Game of Thrones, people are going to say, hey, you must do this thing these ways, and because I know better than you, and that will not happen with Tales of Ireland. And for the design philosophy, I just think that it's good to have some guidelines that you can use, and that you keep them in mind, and you have to follow them no matter what, regardless of player feedback and any other thing, because it's those things you want to implement. For example, for Tales of Ireland, I'm quite anti-blobbing, so everything is put it in a way so that it's way harder to have a big territory, and the AI usually never blobs. I don't mind border gore, so you have weird shapes of territories and stuff, but it goes well with the lore of the several tribes. Having spotted here some spots of land here and there. Also, I favor a more difficult experience than the vanilla game, because a lot of players find vanilla to be quite easy once a few playthrough are passed. So we try to provide the player a harder difficulty. And of course, one of the most important rules that we follow is that we respect the rule of cool. If something is very cool and it doesn't really fit not the lore, not the timeline, we don't care. For one example is that the Roan Towers are very Irish, very unique Irish buildings, and they appeared around 700 AD historically. and the mod is way before, but nonetheless we put 55 of those on the map as special buildings because it's very Irish. It's cool, so that's important.
Yeah, so I guess I've never really thought about how tricky it must be to base your mod on real world mythology because it's constantly being reinvented. Like, yeah, we have how many books? Like 20 books from the past decade in the Cosmere, and we have to sift through all of those. But you guys have literally thousands of years of history written by different people, often contradicting each other because it's constantly being reinvented. Like you have Irish mythology showing up in Japanese anime like Fate, and sometimes the public perception can be colored by that, so they might expect something along those lines. But I guess, where did you actually manage to gather up a team for something that you yourself admitted was niche, and now you have like one of the more popular total conversion mods set in a mythological time, which normally isn't very mainstream. How did that come about?
When I started, I didn't plan on making something big or anything. I was just in lockdown in my bedroom, being bored, and say, "Hey, I'm going to try modding." It was one of my second mod of all time, and when I started, I didn't know about Paradox Script, like total beginner, and just hanging around on the mod co-op, the great CK3 mod co-op Discord server. When I was doing my map, I met Snow, who was working on his own project, and he didn't have the time to commit to the full project, and so he joined my team once my province map was done. And I didn't recruit anybody directly. They all asked to join, except for Captain AZ. He showed up looking for work on the mod co-op, and so I sent him a message because at the time we were only 4 on the team, and it was a bit too small to achieve what I wanted to achieve. But yeah, one thing important I think is that when you are modding, the most important is not that you are skilled or very intelligent or a good coder, is that you have time and motivation. These are the 2 main things. I've got a lot of motivation. Time is trickier to have lately, and I feel that I force my I say that every day I mod at least an hour, but I have much more work lately, and it's harder to keep on it. But some month ago, I didn't work that much, and I could mod like for 6 hours straight every day. So yeah, modding is time and motivation before all.
Yeah, very relatable, everything there. But given that there is contradictory information out there, how does the team come to a consensus for which parts of the historical design gets implemented? Do you have like, do you do it as a democracy? Do you have like, okay, you are the authority on this particular part of, let's say, Irish mythological religions or things like that?
When it comes to the map, Snow is the map leader. Well, not for the provinces, but for how the map looks and everything related to paper map and all this. For the rest, every team members has a lot of ideas, and they present them to me, and I say yes, no, this way, not that way, and it's the way we organize. At the beginning, when we were a very small team, I could write a file for each model, very precise, and I've got a lot of beginners
beginners in my team. So there's also the learning process, how to write an event and all of this. But now that we have a bigger team, they get more and more autonomous, and I just say, oh, I would like to be this way. But it's easier once the mod is already released, because most of the people who are joining, they play the mod, so they get what the mod is about and what we want to achieve, how we want it to feel. Because I think if your mod is not released yet, and it's the case for several mods that are here with us, sometimes the team members, they don't really know what you want. So you have to be way more precise to explain them. This is what I'm seeing, what I would like it to be.
Yeah, I remember that one of the primary driving forces behind pushing for Way of Kings to release as early as possible was that as soon as it's out the door, people will know it exists, and we have more of a chance that people will join us and take some of the load off our backs. Because a total conversion mod is a lot of work. Like, some people, not naming names, have history files bigger than Vanilla's everything. So, you know, we have to put in so much work just to make the baronies exist. And that can be quite repetitive. It's really useful to share the load. And having a product out there to sort of bait people into doing free work, since no one's getting paid, well, most of us aren't getting paid at least, for modding, really helps to just keep up motivation, not getting a terrible burnout. But right, we should probably get to our historical TC as well. Wrench, do you want to tell us how you're approaching design and the Fallen Eagle?
On the Fallen Eagle, because we don't have a predecessor, most of our design proposals come either from the developer team, where we just have brainstorm sessions, basically, or from the suggestions from the fan base. So we just brainstorm for like half an hour, make sure everyone agrees on a certain mechanic, and making sure it's interesting and replayable, of course. We also try to make the game harder, and making the middle, like the start of the game, first 100 years are interesting, last like 50 years are interesting, but in the middle it's quite just keep the game on play and role play, I guess. No realm management. So I try to make it as interesting as possible, make sure you're always looking at something, making sure something is stable. And yeah.
Do you have anything formal in your group, like say we are going to be basing ourselves off of these particular histories which cover the time period, or are we going to say these are our principles and we should check them because we wrote them down back when we still had the vision?
No, we're way more abstract. We just make sure everything is working, everything is interesting, and it's just not a basic modifier. So like an example, we wanted to make people, like persuade them to buy mercenaries instead of just raising their armies and fighting for city-state governments. So I created like a little variable, economic stability. So instead, so it punishes you if you raise your levies, as it counts on your income, your net income. So that punishes you on raising levies and doesn't gift you on buying mercenaries, which is better, because I think limiting the player is better than just rewarding them, because they're already getting many rewards from the base game.
Right. So, does anyone have any questions about what we've been talking about? Like, feel free to ask each other as well.
I don't really have a question, but I would like to build on what Elder Kings was saying about the UESP. Like that's a very good resource. I'm actually a patron of the UESP, but for Song of Ice and Fire, we're in a position where like we have the wiki of Ice and Fire, and similar to the Elder Scrolls Online situation, when the CK2 mod was created and like when it was finished, Fire and Blood hadn't been published yet. So, for example, the Dance of the Dragons, a lot of the like details and information we have about the Dance of the Dragons, we didn't have as much of that at the time that the CK2 mod was created. And like, so here's a very specific example I can draw from that. Aegon the Conqueror in the CK2 mod, he has the Valyrian religion. Well, we found out with Fire and Blood, the Targaryens were actually like Faith of the Seven for almost a century before that, possibly. So we're like, oh, okay, well, now we have to figure out how we implement sibling marriage with Valyrians who follow Faith of the Seven before they actually make it legal. Okay, so stuff like that.
All right. I guess we can move on to the next question that I had prepared, unless someone else wants to step in and say something. And I want to question if you had some any kind of hard limits on your design, such as do you have something like a very common principle that's used is that the user should not be able to easily tell whether a piece of content is mod specific or vanilla. Could this have fit into vanilla in terms of design? Like it could be simple as UI design. Do you use the same color scheme as vanilla? Do you use the vanilla templates when it comes to the UI? Do you make sure that everything is written in the same manner, such as always being in the first person? And the way the vanilla uses quotation marks, stuff like that, can take the player out if they expect everything to look exactly like vanilla. I think I know that at least some of you have the hard rule of lore. Do any of you have anything else that you would like to add to that? Perhaps Game of Thrones has some of that?
So lore, obviously, that's like the big one. But another, like, this is more like a soft rule for us, is vanilla looking. So like you were saying, like when it comes to UI design, we want everything to slot into vanilla, at least for the main release of the mod. Sub-mods are a different story. And we want the experience to feel like you're playing vanilla enhanced, redesigned, and put into the setting of Westeros and Essos, you know?
Sorry, you just muted yourself. So
I hit the wrong key. Oh boy. Did you miss anything there?
you were speaking for a couple of seconds.
Okay, so like what I was saying was that one of our soft limits is to make it fit in the vanilla. I can't really think of like a very strong hard limit because our design philosophy is a little more loose than you might imagine, because most of our design comes down to team members going in the Discord saying, hey, I have this idea, and then some of the leads on the team essentially going, okay, that's cool, we'll add this to the ClickUp and we'll discuss it in more detail as we get closer to implementing it. And usually what that comes down to is me and Foxwell sitting in the Discord for an hour at like midnight going, okay, well, how do we implement the maiden stay ball? Okay, well, it should have this features. Maybe not that one. Okay, yeah. And then we write that up and throw it on the ClickUp. So yeah, I don't think we have very many hard limits other than it needs to be good.
Of course. All right. We can go the other direction now. Let's go with wrench. Do you have any of those?
Yes, other than, of course, making sure it fits historically by asking, we have like an army of scholars, basically, like 20 plus historians. We also make sure, yeah, because Roman history is extremely, like, some people criticize it hardly. Most of the fan base, basically. So if we mess up, we will face the consequences. So of course, other than that, wait 1 second.
We are all professionals here. Everyone is wearing pants. That is why we are all on Zoom.
Sorry.
Okay, you can continue.
I was saying, yeah, so other than making our mechanics as historical as possible, we also want to make sure the mod leads and the minor devs agree on it fully by holding votes regularly, making sure, like me sending teasers on the dev channels, making sure everyone is cool. Also, we try to fit the UI for the CK3 base game UI as much as possible to make sure the game doesn't look off and doesn't look split.
I think those are quite common considerations especially when you're dealing with a historical mod. I know that people can get quite incensed by having a piece of history that they are very invested in is represented. That goes both for historical mods and for fantasy mods, or I guess you can slip away a bit with mythology. All right, let's go with Hatma and his Ireland.
Well, we try to be faithful to the source material as much as it can be in a way, but well, we don't hesitate to alter it to fit gameplay, because for example, in the myth, all the invaders of Ireland, the successive invaders that are like the different cultures, religion in the mod, they all died off, disappeared, get replaced by the next one, except for Fomorians, which are like kind of the bad guys of the myth. But if we follow that, it would not be interesting at all to play, because well, you just have one culture, one religion, and that's it. So we decided to completely rearrange the myth in a way that would make things interesting. But nonetheless, we have to respect some things. For example, the mod only have 4 empires that are Ulster, Leinster, Munster, and Connacht. And we didn't put math at the beginning, but it's true that in ancient Ireland history, it was an empire. Well, it was one of the provinces of Ireland. And a lot of people would complain about it. And that is something, it was very important to me to stay at 4 empires, because they were all kind of balanced. We have a system where each empire is a region, and each of these regions has a technology, an innovation that gives men-at-arms advantages for the most common type of terrain of the region. So, for example, in Leinster, there are a lot of plains, so men-at-arms have like plus 10 damage and toughness in plains. So 4 was the perfect number. And because so many people, I had like my first post of the mod, I had this question. My second one, I had this question every time. And what I decided to do is I found a compromise, because you have a decision where you can form the empire of math, and so like people who want to play as math, who see math in the mod, are happy because they can do it, but the AI will like never do it, never achieve it, and thus it's not going to alter gameplay for anyone who doesn't want to play math, and so it has nothing to do with the question, but it's something that is important. I think is that sometimes you have to find compromise, and it's better to find if the compromise is only based on something that comes from the player and is not going to impact the rest of the game, then you can put it. It's just another feature and a new feature that only the interested people are going to use. So yeah, and we don't have no real hard limits. We try to stay coherent with what we have already implemented, but we take a lot of freedom. For example, the mod is 600 years like vanilla, but and we start in 400 BC and stop at 500 AD. So we compress the events to go from the mythological era until the arrival of Christianity, to make things more interesting, which makes a big difference and does not respect at all the timeline, but makes things more interesting. As long as it makes things interesting, we don't have any hard limit.
Well, it actually sounds extremely freeing, but I'm not quite sure that I would say that you don't have any hard limits, because the hard limit here would be that you have a structure that you can make assumptions about with your 4 empires, right?
Yeah.
And that makes it so much easier to be able to design features around that. You say, okay, I have this effect, and I need to duplicate it exactly 4 times, once for each empire, and to make sure that I have addressed the concerns of this empire, do it for this empire. And being able to do that without knowing that maybe one day down the line you'll add 7 more empires and they will need to have the same treatment. That is actually one of the design criteria that are hard for me, is that anything I write must be either addressing a rigid structure that cannot change, and I know that it cannot change, or it must be scalable. Because knowing that I have to update my features because I added a new culture. If I sit there knowing that I have to do it, then I'm just not going to add the new culture. But maybe the mod would be better off with an extra culture. So I have to make sure that I know what scales and what doesn't. And having that assumption that you made sounds incredibly freeing in that way. You both get this partial freedom from being lore bound that a lot of the rest of us are stuck to, but you also manage to have the gameplay first considerations result in something that makes it easy to design for. And that sounds amazing to me. All right, I guess we can move on now to the Elder Kings. You're the last people up for this question. Do you have any of the stronger design criteria?
Yeah, sure. So with Elder Kings 2, we have 2 big sides to work with. Our players tend to have both played Crusader Kings, obviously, and also the previous Elder Scrolls games. So you have 2 very different universes. You have the grand strategy games and the very small scale RPGs. So you have to find ways to reconcile both of these universe and make it so you can kind of feel like you're playing around these characters that you can find in like Oblivion or Skyrim. You need to feel like these events that you either take a part of or see happening would make sense in Elder Kings. And it's quite difficult because the scales are just so different between ruling a kingdom or an empire and traveling by foot between 2 villages and like fighting bandits along the way. So our design needs to conceal these 2 and make sure that no player feels like they're lost and they don't see what's the point of playing here. The Elder Scrolls universe is very interesting to play in as a grand strategy game, but we need to make sure that both sides are fun and can find themselves in the game.
This is also one of those gameplay first design philosophies. And I imagine that can be sometimes tricky to pair off with other stringent requirements such as lore friendliness. I know that sometimes people will run into the issue where something is lore friendly but it's just not fun, or maybe it is lore friendly and possibly also fun, but it really takes you out of the game because you realize that something doesn't work the same way as vanilla. So if you run into those issues, it can be really tricky to find a solution. Do you ever run into that? I guess we could ask Thane for that, since you're on the same team. I mean, either of you can answer if you want.
I'd like to add something to Singer first, because another thing we consider is approachability for the mod. So even though we work with a franchise that is very popular and known by many people, it's not necessarily the case that the people know the specific time period our mod is taking place in, or that people have only played Skyrim and have no idea of the world at large. And so we try to create an experience so a player could even have fun if they don't know anything about it. So we have little information bits everywhere. We also have culture descriptions, for example, that one of our devs brought in, so someone could read up on the culture they don't know.
I think that the game concept system that Crusader Kings 3 has is, well, together with the fact that you have these nested tooltips, you end up with what's probably one of the most innovative ways of doing lore dumps in gaming history. And it makes it so much easier to make for an approachable mod, a mod where, according to my design principles, people should be able to understand what the concept is in depth, so that they can make informed decisions using it. And just, wow, Paradox, you really hit it out of the park with game concepts and tooltips. You made everything so much easier to design for. It's, wow, yeah.
Yeah, as you said earlier, you've taken the whole encyclopedia of your franchise into your mod so people can learn about it, because I don't think that many people know the Stormlight Archive, so they can learn playing and learn it while playing your mod.
It's also fun because one of the characters in The Way of Kings, the book, canonically wants people to read The Way of Kings, the book in the world. And therefore we actually put parts of that in-world book, The Way of Kings, into the mod The Way of Kings as a book artifact. So now people can actually collect the books in-game and read The Way of Kings from The Way of Kings in The Way of Kings. I think that's a good, fun experience to have. I guess I should also add another hard limit for The Way of Kings. That's because the source material deals a lot with mental health and mental health problems. If you're not familiar with it, the magic system in The Way of Kings is based around, well, mental health issues. That as you break down and you're built back up, you're built back up stronger. And that's how you get access to these magical powers. But what's very important to us is that that does not become a parody, that we do justice to the mental health issues, so that also the people who experience the mental health issues in the real world don't feel like we're making fun of them or making light of their experiences. Of course, I don't have every diagnosis in the DSM manual, so I can't be certain that we always knock it out of the park, but it is a strong limit that if someone suggests an event that doesn't follow that principle is going to get axed, or at the very least heavily rewritten. And I know that can go against some styles. For instance, if the Game of Thrones mod was going to be designed exactly as the prose in the books, it doesn't shy away from anything like that. And you would end up having quite explicit themes of terrible things. Let's say it that way. I don't know if that's planned to be part of your mod, but
So
stylistically it would be very different from what we could get away with in way of things because of our source material.
there's been some dispute between certain former and current members of the team regarding the level of explicit material. I will say that we don't plan to like be very explicit about like sexual stuff because that's just you're not playing CK3 for that, or if you are, there's another website for that kind of thing, those kind of mods. However, there is going to be a lot of emphasis on adding some of the more gruesome stuff in a tasteful manner. And I think the books are tasteful about it. They're all from a character perspective, but I wouldn't say the same about the show, honestly. Just put it out there. So like one sort of weird thing, like Roose Bolton, he leeches himself. We have plans to add leeching as a stress relief thing you can do, like the rakish trait in vanilla. So stuff like that we'll be adding.
All right, we're heading towards the end, so let's do one fun one at the end here. Do you hide many Easter eggs? Like how much effort is spent making those fun little moments that aren't necessary for gameplay, but they're just satisfying to know that you put something in there and one day someone will stumble across it and it'll make their day a bit better? Do you have any, not necessarily features, but just like small tidbits of content that are designed not for gameplay or the design mission, but just as a small snack? Anyone want to take it from there?
I guess I'll go then. So one of the big things at this current stage in development that we've like already been implementing Easter egg wise is place names. I don't really want to give too many away, but I'll say that Dorne has at least 3. Here's one that should be known to people who are a little familiar with the lore. There's a house in Dorne called House Jourdain, and it's named after the, like as a reference in actual Game of Thrones, like the books, to the author of the Wheel of Time series. So there is one barony there that's a little bit of a reference to that. But I have a few like that in Dorne. Other thing is that as we get further in development, and of course, I'm not going to like say what they're going to be publicly, but we have some events and characters that we want to add references to, maybe members of the both CK3 Game of Thrones community and wider Song of Ice and Fire theory community might show up in the mod. So, yeah.
I can imagine that once you have so many things to go through, especially during the repetitive tasks, it's really tempting to just throw some stuff in there. I happen to have an example as well, which is quite niche. We have, from the lore, we have Lorador Vama, one of the High Princes of Alethkar. And because that sounds a bit like Lord Vam, I included Ishidishi and Karash as some of his friends and vassals. And that is a JoJo reference. Anyone else want to take it?
Well, I have many small treats and things that I want to add in a mod when it'll be a bit more advanced, a bit more complete.
Did you just disconnect? Did I disconnect or did he?
I can hear you.
He did.
Uh-oh.
You can hear Hatma?
I can't hear Hutma. I can hear Thompson. Oh no.
Oh no.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can.
Okay. So yeah, I was saying that I think it's important for the player to have some little treats, some surprises, something that they do not expect to be in the mod. But it's not top priority to get that in the mod at the moment. There are so many things that we have to work on to get first put the basis of what the mods must be. For example, it's not useful for gameplay, but we added a font lately, kind of Irish font that I had to work on because the accent in Irish are like you have some A with an accent this way and not the way it usually is, and so I had to edit it myself. It was quite fun, and these things are important for the player to be immersed, but they're not essential. And when you have to go to this objective, you only do it on the side when you are. Motivation again is very important when you mod, so it can be fun to do them. So when you don't feel like working on your main objective, keep them for now. I don't think it's very useful to work on those on Easter eggs or little kind of flavor as an objective. But when you don't feel like, oh, I don't feel like doing 5 more decisions for this region that I've planned, I'm going to do this tonight. It's gonna be fun.
I also like when you are put into that position where there is a little bit of flavor that you have to add. You might add a bit extra spice. That's perhaps easier when you have a fandom to base yourself on, because very often there are meme subreddits that are created surrounding the fandom. For instance, we have one called Fuck Moash, which is similar to Song of Ice and Fire's Fuck Ollie. And what we did is I added character interaction, which is literally just fuck Moash, and then Moash becomes pregnant. So it's like, there is nothing happening here. There is no lay event. It's just literally pregnancy and nothing else. And this is a male character, by the way, who has the pregnant trait. So another thing is that we have, when we talk about fonts, we actually have a literacy system, because canonically there's discrimination where only women are allowed to read. So the way we actually introduce that is that for men trying to read books, they read it in a different font. So they don't end up actually being able to read it unless you as a person happen to know the canonical script used in the books. So everything is just written in a font that you can't read unless you happen to have studied it personally, if your character is illiterate. All right. Von Eagle and Elder Kings, who wants to take off next?
I think I will, because the most Easter eggs that are implemented at the moment, they are also mostly place names. So we may reference other franchises, like, for example, Fallout. We have a county, I think, called Shady Sands, which is a reference to the location of the first Fallout. But we also have the other side of Easter eggs, where we could reference Elder Scrolls itself, because Elder Scrolls is a franchise full of memes. For example, like taking an arrow to the knee, or actually the Elder Scrolls has a meme character built into it that does a lot of meta jokes or meta information, called Mike the Liar. So we plan on having him too in Elder Kings, and have him comment on stuff that happened during development. For example, we have the Argonians. Those are lizard people, and they aren't implemented yet. So our placeholders are just green Khajiit. It's green cats, and so he might end up referencing that one.
Having one sort of Deadpool character, if I may draw the comparison, can give you so much freedom to break a few of the conventions and both dump some flavor and some lore. I particularly love when you're able to write an event that can be read in multiple ways. So you can read it as flavor or as meta commentary, depending on your level of suspension of disbelief. And then the player sits there going, does it mean what it says, or is there another way to take this? I love knowing that someone out there is sitting there being absolutely befuddled about what they should think about what they've just experienced. Do you end up doing things like, for referencing other games development, so like Todd Howard's involvement in various things?
I don't think yet, no. We don't have that many Easter eggs included yet. It's mostly just place names because the map and the provinces and titles are one of the things that are the most developed at the moment.
It's also one of the places that, as a total conversion, you naturally spend the most time.
Yeah.
There's just so much of it. Like, everyone is looking for people to help them do that. Like, okay, Wrench and Singe, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think I can. There is something that happened in ESO that made some people a bit feel strange. Some books written in the third era, so a few centuries after ESO, could be found in ESO. I don't remember if it has been explained in game already, but something like that is planned if you worship like Hermaeus Mora, or if you focus on the Elder Scrolls themselves, the artifacts in game. So, like, I think these deities of knowledge could bring you some meta information or anachronistic information. That's something that happened in ESO that I found was quite funny, and I think it would be cool for a player to be like, wait a second, this character that you're referencing will be born in like 3 centuries. Wow, how? And like then the piece, get all the pieces together and understand, like, because they worshipped Hermaeus Mora, this direct piece of knowledge just gave him a book from his library that would not be returned like for another couple of decades.
I also guess you guys could potentially implement a lot of these flavor books that are found in the games as events, just straight up. Like, you could have an event about the Lusty Argonian maid. Like, that is a thing that you could just straight up have that. I bet it would both fit in the context of your experiences as a player and also be absolutely click-worthy when it's shared to Reddit, for instance.
Yeah, because in one of the seduction events, you have you can read a book to the character you want to seduce, and one of them could indeed be the Lusty Argonian maiden.
Yeah, I was literally modding that that event. I was modding that earlier today. I was like, if only we had more books, more in-world books like the Lusty Argonian maid that we could base ourselves on. We only have a couple, and it would be amazing to have such a library that you guys have. All right, Wrench, is there anything you'd like to add about the little silly things that might come in a Roman mod, or is everyone too serious?
No, it's not that serious because we are still in pre-alpha. We didn't have time to add Easter eggs, but there is one Easter egg which I think is still in the game. There is a count somewhere called Biggest Dickus.
I could have, if there was one thing I hoped I would hear today, it was a Monty Python reference.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing the Monty Python reference to the show.
You're welcome. It was actually like a competition from the start, the first release. Whoever found that Easter egg chose the first expansion, the theme for the first expansion. It was that's how we went with the Celtic expansion, actually.
Good choice.
Nice. But okay, it seems like we've been talking for quite a while, and I think it's time that the viewers are let to do the next thing on the agenda at ModCon, unless that is the end of ModCon. I forgot whether there's something after this, but I'm sure someone will tell you pretty soon. Is there anything anyone would like to add before we close?
I would say that if you want to start modding and you are kind of afraid that you will not be able to have the skills to do it, just start modding right now. Like, don't be afraid about that. If you think that it's a mistake, you can do it.
Yeah, there are so many resources available for new modders now. Like, just go to the co-op and ask a question, and most likely one of us is going to be there answering your question. Possibly multiple of us at the same time, even.
And most of the time, you.
In fairness, I have like 3 times as many posts on the co-op as anyone else. So, yeah.
But not in the mapping section.
That is correct. I try to stay away from there, and I hope eventually someone will join the Way of Kings and help me finish that goddamn map. There's just so much map. Like, the original map is actually a 2-dimensional slice of a 4-dimensional Julia set fractal, and doing cartography on a fractal, it's a challenge. I just hope people are interested in a mapping challenge and want to join me as well. But right, then I think this is the end of this panel. Thank you for joining me, and thank you for being awesome modders and making awesome mods. All right, bye-bye.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Thank you.
And folks, there you have it. This was ModCon Day 1. Whew, it is done. It is done. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for experiencing this together with the modders, with me. And thank you to everybody that donated for 1,301 euro. Donated via... donated via Ko-fi so far. It's incredible. I can hardly believe it. I'm incredibly blown away. And we're going to move on to day 2. Almost said day 1. We're not going to repeat day 1, don't worry. To day 2 tomorrow. Same time, same channel. Different link, but same channel. At 6 PM CEST. The schedule is on the website. If you want to check out the website, it is, of course, modcon.xyz. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And yeah, this will be it. I'll see you tomorrow.